Well, good evening, kids and cubs, and welcome to the True North Eager Beaver Alberta Election Live Results Special. So glad that you are here, kids. Glad and I'm just so happy to see you. We have a wonderful evening prepared for you. In which we hope to have several guests coming in throughout the course of the evening, and we'll be talking about what has happened during the course of the election, what people think will happen tonight, and look at some results as they're coming in. And, well, hopefully we'll have something to celebrate. And if we don't, well, I got the help ready.
I'm on water. I have a very early day tomorrow.
Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. All right. Mr. Grizzly, is there, I'm not sure that all our guests maybe necessarily have the link. So if you can send it to me, and I'll make sure that everybody gets it as well. All right. Polls close at 8 p.m. Mountain Time. So that should be very soon, about 23 minutes. But
I
we've
haven't
had
seen
four
anything yet.
special. Yeah, no, nothing yet. We've had four shows, pre-shows, in which we've discussed certain elements of the election up until now, but we hadn't been able to have any in the month of May so far. And well, thank you, Kid Jillian. Nice choice of shirt. A little blue, a little orange.
A little blue, lot of orange. Lot
A
of
lot of
orange.
orange, a little.
Never even occurred to me to wear an orange
Hoping I
shirt.
might be manifesting. Hoping I might be
Mm.
manifesting. We have lots of kits, and I've seen a few new names as well. So we have Kit Pasta Gabe, lovely to see you. Kit
I
Linda
haven't
M,
seen him in
Kit
a while, yeah.
Jillian. Yeah, we haven't seen Kit Pasta Gabe in a while. Kit PC and Bio, Kit Jillian, Kit Elaine, Kit Matt A, which I believe is a new name for us. So welcome to the Beaver Lodge. Let's see, who else do we have coming in? Those is everybody I can see at the moment. And for the kits who haven't heard yet, we do have a new kit. Kit
Oh, yes.
Saucy has had, as she said herself, a very productive morning. And we have a new kit, Kit Osiris, has joined the Beaver Lodge. So we hope that mama and baby are well, and that, well, we're celebrating new life, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's always just welcome, little one. You are going to be so loved. You have no idea. Ah, all right, Mr. Grizzly. A lot has happened in this election.
You could say that.
Been rather eventful. Um, I don't know.
Pretty horrible politics of the American muckraking style that I've seen in this election, and I don't care for it. You know, I can't stand that. Like, I really hate that, and I've seen so much of it. Not to mention the misinformation tweets that we spoke of this morning that aren't directly endorsed by the party, but both parties need to come out and shut that down. You know,
Yeah,
because they have been they've been informed. Somebody's tweeting this as if it was you, and nobody's done anything. It's like you should be taking care of that because people saying bad things about you know, if it's about you personally, sure, fine, whatever. But when they're saying that you said the bad things,
mm,
that's a different issue altogether.
right.
You know, that's disinformation, it's stochastic terrorism, and it's defamation in many respects. Not every respect, but in many respects. And it sends a bad message if you let it go unabated. No, if you let it go unpunished,
Mm,
somebody needs to be held to account for that. And I do realize that these tweets are coming from people, individuals pretending to be somebody else, or in some cases just individuals trying to promote their brand. But it's like, you know, you're doing a disservice to yourself, to your fellow citizens, to the province, and to the country by bringing up this. And again, I apologize to our American friends, but American style politics, campaigning, which is not something, it's only been around in this country. I've not seen it often. I mean, I think the election when Trudeau was elected, when his party was elected to power and they formed government and he became the prime minister back in 2015. The election, that's what was it, 90 days? It was the longest election in Canadian
Yes.
history. It drove me out of my mind. I know you loved it. I hated it because there was so much muckraking between the Harperites, which I think is a type of rock because they seem to be stone cold stupid. Sorry, but I call it as I see it. Just the muckraking, the backbiting, the backstabbing, the name calling. That was never something that was part of our political discourse. I mean, there was gentle
Right.
ribbing always, but what we saw in that election, I thought we're going to see more of this. And sure enough, the last federal election we had, I mean, they trolled the prime minister, threw rocks at him.
Yep.
Like, what's next, right? And we've seen terrible things happening in this election by an accusation of the leader of the loyal opposition accusing the Liberal government of starting the Alberta wildfires. We heard him say it. He said it in the House of Commons.
Yep.
It's not a secret. It's not a surprise. We know he did it. We saw him do it. We heard him do it.
And that up from had started provincially.
And,
He decided that that needed national profile. He
yeah,
decided to elevate that.
and it's just poison for everyone involved. Everyone. And I hate it because it divides people in ways that it shouldn't. I mean, like I said, a lot of my friends are progressive conservatives, and they've been voting NDP the last couple of elections because there's no conservative party left in this country. We've
Right.
said this time and time again. And even though in the province of Ontario, the Ford conservatives are known as the progressive conservatives, he's not progressive. He said point blank he's a big time Republican and supports Donald Trump. He doesn't support Trump anymore because he's not stupid enough to keep hitched to that wagon, but he said it and he meant it. Now, if you're saying you're a Republican and you're a leader of a provincial political party and the premier of that party, but you're a big time Republican, do you know what country you're in? Do you know what province you're in? Do you know that we don't have that party here? So why are you coming out and support? It leaves a really bad taste in my mouth.
Yeah. It left a bad taste in my mouth too, especially since there were, all these things. I keep on saying that I have a problem with people who practice open contempt for a portion of the citizenry as a
Hmm.
political strategy. So, I mean, we had one person, UCP candidate, say something terrible about Black people.
Hmm.
Nothing happened. We had one saying that there's pornography being shown at schools, and kids are being encouraged to change their gender. Um, that's not happening. We had another person saying that, if you had a class with good test scores, but even one of those kids was transgender, well, that was like adding a teaspoon of feces to the test
Hmm.
scores. Yeah, it makes everybody's test scores terrible if a transgender person also gets a good test score. Uh, and again, no, 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 no real consequence, really. I mean, I, I don't know, man. Even if there's a consequence for the candidate, there's no consequence for the party, really,
None.
really. And it's, and then we've had the cheating, and we've had the campaigning at polling stations, and then we've had, um, she's been literally outed by an ethics commissioner who took one case in a
Hmm.
whole year
One.
once, who never finds anything, found that she broke the law.
Pretty brutal.
She talked. She had a phone call. She proactively called him, as we found on the David Wallace's show.
Yes. Yeah, that was
She
interesting,
proactively
wasn't it?
called Pawlowski to offer him what she could see she could do for his clemency.
I watched that today, and I didn't get incensed at all. And some people, and James came out to let people know what time it was, and I'm like, David did not defend that man at all.
No.
I thought David did a very good job. He let him say his piece. I mean, I was watching it going like, okay, well the guy seems to think that freedom is when he gets off the hook. I'm like, but that would make her a dictator if she could just grant you clemency, because those powers don't exist in our brand of politics. They don't. That's not a thing.
Right.
So if you think she can
And there's
just
a
do
difference
that,
between waiving a fine
yeah,
and making a mischief, potentially causing harm to human life,
hmm
which is not a thing, because as we said on the show, mischief to causing damage to property or an item, things, less than $5,000 is up to 2 years, more than $5,000 is up to 10 years, but mischief where it could lead to cause harm to a person, and here we're talking about police officers,
hmm
is passible of life in prison.
yeah,
Because there is no amnesty for that. There is no
no,
premier that. So this guy seemed to be thinking, well, I'm a pastor. He also seems to think that whatever he does in a church should prevent police from ever coming in and having action in a church. That police constitutionally are not allowed to enter a church for some reason. Which I don't know what country you're living in, honey, but no. So he seems to think that within the church, or if he's doing something in the name for the church, it's like a complete free zone where he's entitled to do whatever he wants, however he wants, how he wants,
hmm
and that it's like, and everybody's evil, but he doesn't hate people, but he's calling them evil.
yeah. It was.
Um, yeah,
You know, I was watching it going, I just put a few comments in, like as I was working too, so I wasn't being able to watch it and fully be engaged at the time. But he's a piece of work, that guy. Like I don't hate anybody. And I put in the chat a couple, but you've preached hatred many times against the LGBTQ community specifically. I've also seen him on seen him in an interview. It was conducted in Polish, and it was on a television program of some type where he bragged about being a gangster when he lived in Poland. Whether that's
yeah.
true or not, I don't, but he said those words. I don't know
But
if it, you know,
but his whole thing is like, I'm saying these words to be inflammatory for a reason because I want to
mhm.
wake people up. Um, no, no, I'm sorry. Everyone's a snake. Everyone's a scorpion. Everyone's evil. Everyone's except you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. I fed the poor. Yeah. Did you
Yeah.
feed the gay people who were poor? Because I bet you didn't do that, did you?
Well, how does the expression? Oh, it's a T.S. Eliot quote about doing the right thing, but for the wrong reason. Um, looking it up right now. It's the last temptation is the greatest treason to do the right deed for the wrong reason. Okay,
Mm,
you are feeding the poor,
hmm
but for what purpose? So that you can have a shield to hide behind, saying, "Hey, I feed the poor, and that
Yeah,
allows me and gives me permission to do all these terrible things to other people." I don't know. I was just listening to that, and I was just like, put a slap a piece of a dead roadkill on his head, and put the word witch hunt in his head, in his mouth, and I see no difference.
yeah, he's Trump.
I
Yeah.
see absolutely no difference. I see Jillian asking, "Can you open up that tiny URL to share?" And I'm not sure which URL you are speaking of, Kit Jillian. If you can tell us more, I would really appreciate that. Thanks, and we'll help you out if we can. Um, so great interview. There's a couple of things I would have done differently, me, but then again, I'm rainbow, so you know, I might have been a little more. Um, I like the fact that David did not get distracted with all the bait that
Yeah, he
Pulaski was
didn't.
putting out
Yeah.
there. This,
Yeah. He kept it
um,
on point. Like, and he was talking about Danielle Smith, and
yeah,
I thought it was good.
yeah, it was really good. But I like things like, for example, because he's telling the truth about her. And I mean, and I guess he is telling the truth about what he believes,
hmm
because, but yeah, it's kind of hard to say, is he lying? I don't think he's really lying when he says the things that he says about the people that he doesn't like. I mean, the things that he's saying are not true, but he's not lying that he believes them, and that's
Yeah.
part of his motivation. But it's just weird hearing people speak what is true for them, but happens to be not true in reality and is awful.
Yeah.
So matter of factly and plainly. But I'm very excited for what David has got coming next. Absolutely. Because based on that, that was a solid debut, I have to say.
I thought so too.
Yeah. Today, I also, because I didn't have time to watch it when it happened, I took the time today before the show to watch the debate that had happened
Okay.
between, Rachel Notley and Danielle Smith. And it was a very interesting debate, I have to say. It was nice to be able to hear what everybody had to say. No
Mm,
talking over each other, no interrupting, no people losing their head. No, um, it was actually great in that sense.
mm,
Um, the moderators were extremely non-interventionist, so there was no correction of any lies.
oh, okay.
They were just allowed to say whatever they wanted. Um, the body language was really interesting. Danielle Smith basically behaved, for all intents and purposes, like Rachel Notley wasn't even there. I mean, she mentioned her and talked about stuff, but if maybe once in the whole debate she actually turned her head to look at her,
Mm,
she was just like all the time. And you'd often, when Rachel Notley specifically made a point when they were asking uh, about, I can't remember what specifically they were asking, but it was a discussion on healthcare. And oh yes, the healthcare guarantee, where Danielle Smith was saying that she was going to have guarantee that nobody would have to pay from their pocket to see a family doctor, after
mm,
there's video all over of her musing about paying for a family doctor. And as Rachel Notley said, spent 15 years of her career actually advocating for people to pay for their own healthcare. Um, but she stood out and she made a comment uh, that how could Danielle Smith guarantee this about healthcare? Because she remembered being in the legislature with her in 2014 when she guaranteed she would never cross the floor. And, well, we know how much that guarantee was worth. So she said, I don't think that, almost like that Princess Bride thing, that word guarantee, I don't think it means what you think it does, or it seems to have a very different meaning for you. And when she brought that, Danielle Smith was actually like, pretends like she's taking notes, and she like did a
mm.
pen strike right across, and she just went up rigid, and her face got all contorted, and she did that passive aggressive thing that she does,
Oh, so well.
right? um so her, to me, her body language was awful, and to me it's extremely rude and disrespectful to not even look at your opponent. um she was totally drawing smiley faces, says Pat A. I think Daniel Stipp was trying to stay on script. Yes. She was told by her party not to trail. Absolutely. When she starts running her mouth, she is terrible. And things that Nate said, that when Rachel Notley is on script, she's a little more stilted, and when she's off script, she's more natural. And um, you could see that she had some difficulty now and then when she was trying to be on script, but I don't think she had more difficulty than any other politician would have. It's just that Danielle Smith is such a seasoned broadcaster. It's almost like you and me when we're talking off the cuff. You're extremely good
Mm,
at speaking in such a way where no ums
mm,
and ums and ers
mm.
come about. Me, not so much,
Mm. Well,
right? And therefore, you would come in an extemporaneous speaking competition, you would definitely come across as way more polished. I could have better points, I could have more personality, but if we're talking on plain polish, you would outrank me every time. And this kind of happened for Danielle Smith. That I understand uh, the comment being made that if you were looking on presentation alone, on presentation, not counting are the words said, do they actually mean anything, but just on plain presentation, it is true that Smith won that debate.
so let me ask you this question. Would this be similar to the JFK Kennedy or JFK Nixon debate?
Nixon. Yep.
Because when people listened to it on the radio, they thought Nixon won, but on television, they thought Kennedy won.
Yep. If you just listened to it on the radio, you would have thought Notley won.
Yeah.
even though she had some stumbles, just content, meaningful, all that type of stuff. Um, but Danielle Smith, for example, when she's talking about healthcare, which isn't her strong suit, she was like, had this big smile on her face, and what she does is that reassuring thing, right? It's, like, well, these things that we had, we used to have the backlog of 39,000. Now after 3 months it's just 30,000. So if we keep on going at this rate, we'll be done within a year, because we're just doing it and we're getting it done, and isn't it wonderful? And she's talking like this when she's talking about it, so it sounds
She
like it's going so great, and she's
Stepford
really
wife.
happy and super reassuring. So if you're listening with the volume off, she looks
Mhm.
like so it looks very great. But then Rachel Notley is like turning around and saying, well, you do realize that, earlier this winter we did have a spike of like RSV and COVID and the flu. So just a naturally diminishing, you're taking credit for 3,000 drops every month when it could just be the change of seasons. And you're
Yeah.
representing it like it's a permanent. So there was some good sparring. There was definitely some good sparring. But I mean, what Smith was saying, I mean, come on, man. Hi there. Lovely to see you. Ah,
This is Bridget.
Here, I don't
yes.
know what you're talking about, but I don't care.
She's upset right now.
Oh, okay.
I don't know
Is
what
it my
happened.
fault?
No.
No.
She just was having trouble getting in. She's like, "Can you come and meet me in the lobby?" I'm like, "I can't right now. I'm in the middle of a podcast." So
Hello, how
It's
are
hard to get
you?
into an apartment. Hello, I love you too.
Oh, so much love.
she lives in a house. I live in an apartment. That's the difference, right?
So much love. Oh, thank you, thank you. Oh, she's looking good tonight.
Mhm. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, so are you. Hmm.
I
All
look
right.
like crap, but thank you.
um. So yeah, I compared to what we get normally as debate, a lot of yelling, not a screaming.
Hmm.
It was good debate. You could actually hear what they had to say. Um, Daniel Smith was giving us no job,
Oh no big
and
surprise.
yeah. So it would have been nice, and I could also understand the comment that it would have been nice to hear Rachel Notley talk more about what it is that she planned, rather than make the Daniel Smith is unfit argument. But there's just so much stuff.
Mm.
There's just so much stuff. Oh man. Well, Kits, we have a great show for you tonight. We hope to have a variety of guests for you with us. We will have James DiFiore coming in, who's waiting for us in the green room. We hope to have the boys from Albertastan Live. They are doing their own elections results show at the same time as we are. So we were hoping to try and arrange some type of simulcast, but we are not exactly sure how to make it happen without getting feedback. So we might just have them come in one at a time, take a break for one of them, take a break for what they're doing, so that they keep their show going and come in.
Hmm.
But hopefully they'll be joining us if we can make that happen. We have Craig Baird of Canadian History A, who's also live tweeting. He might be able to drop in now and then, but if he isn't, he has given us permission to read some of his tweets coming in. He'll be tweeting about some Alberta election history throughout the evening, so that should be interesting. We also have, to help close out the show later on, we will have Nate Pike from the Breakdown Alberta joining us, and Charles Adler
Hmm.
to close the show. So hopefully, when we get some results coming in, we will get some thoughts and some impressions. And if before we sign up, we have a clear decision on whether or not, well, I'm guessing it's going to be a majority, because there's only two parties, unless one of the fringe parties surprises us and wins a seat or two and holds the
Yeah.
balance of power. But that's
Or
not looking very likely.
well, fringe party. You've got the Green Party, the Liberal Party, and I
Alberta
don't know what the
Party
other.
and
Yeah. Yeah.
yeah.
We'll see. We'll
So,
see what
so
happens.
yeah, and I hope I haven't forgotten anyone in the list of people we invited. Maybe if we're lucky, Dean will join us for a little bit, but he's on work in Las Vegas at the moment. There we go. Craig right there saying thanks. Have you guys playing on the iPad?
Oh, cool.
You go, sir. We look forward to what you're tweeting tonight. So hopefully we'll have some guests coming in. Oh, and of course, Dave Wallace. I forgot. Will also be joining us over the course of the evening. So there we go. And yeah, we've just heard from Nate as well. Perfect. See you in just over an hour.
Okay.
So there we go.
Good stuff.
Okay, we got Kit Acronis going. I voted block.
I don't think that's not really a possible thing. They're not in
Cheeky
Alberta.
monkeys.
They're not in Alberta. Okay, how about I bring James in a minute, and
Absolutely.
I'm going to jump off camera for a couple seconds here, okay? So I'll
Okay.
be back in a minute. So James, I'm going to bring you in, buddy. You ready?
All right.
Hey, guys.
Hey. Hello, friend. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you? Sorry, I totally feel like I invited myself on your show. I'm like, hey, do you need any more talking heads tonight? And you're like, who'd you have in mind? And I was like, me. You're just like,
well,
and then you didn't say anything, and I was like, fuck, dude, if you're full, don't worry about it, no worries. And you still didn't say anything. You're just like, Link.
No, it's not that I didn't say anything. It's I had to leave. I had a theater rehearsal tonight.
Oh, did you? Oh, shit.
I literally walked through the door at 9:27.
Oh, wow. Nice work.
Like I said, rehearsal started at 6:30, so I was already on the way. When
no, because I've been on election shows before, and I know that like if you invite 7 people, like maybe 4 can make it or something like that, or 3. So I wasn't sure. I wasn't like I feel like I should be there. It wasn't like that at all because I'm not really an Alberta politics expert, but I talk a lot of shit and I can pass it off for knowledge.
Yeah, but I mean, you interview and you talk to the people that are more on the darker side of things or on the least popular side of things from now and then. And I mean, there's a lot of
What are you
stuff.
talking about?
Well, I mean,
Next
you
week
go there. No, but you do the interviews that a lot of people won't do.
Next week I have Max Bernier and Brett Wilson, so I understand what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're talking to Brett, you need to really discuss his serial monogamy thing.
Oh, really? I don't know anything about that. Honestly. The only thing I know about Brett Wilson is he was on Dragon's Den.
Mhm.
I saw him at a party one time. We brought Adrian Grenier in years ago for his documentary, and he came out to our table and we sat. And he was really nice in person. I didn't know his politics or anything at the time, but he was really nice. And then when I really started to do the Twitter thing, I was like, Jesus Christ, this guy's really
out there.
But you know that he's smart, so it's weird to see people that you know that are intelligent say things that are just like, he's a traitor, talking about Trudeau, and it's like, really, that's what makes a traitor? Like,
yeah, it's a bit of an act because back in the days of when Harper was the prime minister, there was I don't know if people remember it, but there was that weird thing going on in Nova Scotia, I think, with the Grace Foundation, one of the hospitals, and funds that were going through in a weird way. And I actually had a conversation with him on Twitter on that. And he was going, well, if that's happening, that's really, really wrong. So it should be looked into. And he's gone from that to what he's doing now.
Yeah, I can't tell. I mean, I'm going to ask. I only have, he would only do 20 minutes. And I almost said no. So I was just like, if someone usually when someone says something like that, I usually try to talk them out of it, or I will remind them when they're on air that they only said 20 minutes and then 45 minutes go by. But, we'll see what happens. Like, I don't even know how I'm going to handle this one because he's not like Bernier. He's not a guy that's running for office. So it's not going to be like, well, James, we are going to do politics differently. Like, it's not going to be like that. It's going to be like more Street Fighter meets business genius in a sense, right? Because he's a smart guy at investments and whatever it is. And it's going to be odd because I don't really know what I'm going to be like on that show. Like normally, like David did today with Pawlowski, they just letting them talk as often. Like that guy gave himself so much rope to hang himself with today. It was not even funny. And I was the guy in charge of putting comments up, and I deliberately didn't put the comments up that were really kind of like critical towards him because I wanted him to hang himself. I didn't, you know. And so, but wow, I don't know if I know Douglas, you saw it. Okay, you both did, yeah. I don't know if you've already covered that in this episode, but like
we talked about it to start. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an Alberta election kind of thing. But he even started talking about how if we get enough seats and a couple of the other independents get seats, we could form the government. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
think that's gonna happen, dude. Like I really don't.
He's just the guy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, but it's like Nate Pike is saying, right? It's they can form government, but if this is a close election and 3 or 4 or 5 seats are making the difference, well, then
they could be
you know
kingmaker. Yeah.
the little Take
Mm.
Back Alberta caucus that will be elected. It's like basically now here's going to be your agenda, or else
Yeah. Do you guys have
nice majority you
predictions?
got. Would be a shame if something happened to it, as Jason Kenney found out.
Yeah, that's right.
I've not seen any projections yet.
No, do you have predictions? Just that either one of
Oh,
you?
Oh,
predictions.
predictions.
The predictions, to me, the predictions base. I've been looking at the polling that has come out to date in the final few days. The race did seem to be tightening a little bit when you're looking at the average spread, but most of the polling companies seem to indicate a UCP overall advantage. The problem, certain polling companies are showing an NDP advantage in Calgary proper, which is where it needs to happen for them. But the problem is that it appears that the city is really divided north-south, that the south of the city is way more NDP because that's where a lot of new Canadians, where the
Okay.
Mhm.
neighborhoods
Yeah.
are, and the north of the city is a little different. So it seems that it might depend on vote enthusiasm, which seems to be on the NDP side in this one, and what
Turnout.
the youth vote might be, the younger vote might be, and we have record advance voting up 9% over the previous election, which could potentially be an indication. So it's really
Yeah.
going to be the get out the vote effort and how many UCP voters that are not particularly impressed with her decide that they are going to want to stay home more. Not so
Yeah.
much votes flipped, but how many people stay home.
In Canada, it's always about turnout, eh? Like it's always
Yes.
about turnout. If you have
Yeah.
33%, like Ontario did, the stupid, corrupt conservative man will win. And
Yep.
if you have like, I didn't look at any projections, but just from knowing that advanced polls were so well done and there was such a good turnout, and I think the get out the vote, to your point, Douglas, has been sort of the main message of the NDP, if I'm not mistaken, for the last few days.
Yep.
If they reach like 65% turnout, which would be amazing for this country, I know it sounds
It
awful,
would.
but the NDP would win, I think. But
I
anything under
agree.
55%, I don't think the NDP can do it. But what does
Hmm.
that tell you, though? But I don't know what that tells us about ourselves. But no one looks good in that situation.
No, I
No.
agree. It,
Well,
it, it's it scares the hell out of me because that's how's the saying democracy dies in the dark, right? And
Hmm.
if people are just not bothering to vote because they're convinced, oh, my vote won't make a damn bit of difference because look, this guy's going to win anyway. It's like, well, no, that's not a good mindset to have. And I
I
mean,
feel
I
like we should
understand
get
a
a
lot of people
tax
hate
rebate.
politics, but still,
I feel like we should get
yeah,
a tax break for voting.
well,
Some
see,
sort of
that's what I would think.
incentivize it somehow.
hmm
But that's what I'm thinking. Like, if we had mandatory voting and everybody's saying, "Well, mandatory voting, what happens if somebody don't vote?" And it's like, you can punish, you can incentivize. But if you did mandatory voting and if you voted, you got this little slip and you included it with your income tax, and let's say you get $100 income tax deduction, you don't
you'd
get
see a lot more
penalized.
people.
Like, you don't get thrown into jail. But it's like mandatory voting. You know what you want? You do your civic duty, you get $100 rebate on your tax.
Yeah.
That probably would just do the trick.
They
You might
the,
be
the
right.
right would say and they would have a hard time arguing it because it would be like, well, they're just buying votes, and then someone would make the point. You mean the voter turnout would be higher, which makes chances for you losing much higher? Like maybe that says something about your platform, like
Maybe, you know.
Well, it's the same thing about, when they're talking about ranked ballots. They turn around, they say, oh, well, if we do ranked ballots, well, then the liberals will win for life. But no, because if you're
No,
moving to ranked ballots, you campaign differently.
Yeah.
Your
So I'm
policies are
still
going to be
mad at.
different if you're playing to the middle than playing to the wings, right? Because right now, the way things are, the conservatives like to play to the fringe because they've got the bigger base that will come out and vote every time. So the more you suppress the vote overall,
Hmm.
the more you make the public square, you flood the public square where reasonable people go, these people are all nuts, I'm checking out, then they win.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
The more people that turn out, the less likely they are to win. So their goal is to really demotivate people from coming to vote because they've got the larger base of people who will vote every time, no matter what. Angry people vote.
I'm still mad at Justin Trudeau for breaking that promise, to be honest with you. Because I think, imagine how different our country would look right now. Like there would be a couple of elections since then, right? 3 actually, I think. And if so, all the worries that the Liberals had, oh, we're not going to have as much power, maybe, but the country might be better off, right? We who knows who would be prime minister right now if we had ranked ballots,
Yeah. I
We
wish he would
talked
have
about
kept.
or
that in
proportional
depth.
Yeah.
representation.
I mean, I wish. Well, see, that's the thing. I wish he would have kept the promise. But the thing most people forget is that everybody thinks that when he said that this will be the last vote under first past the post, it meant we are getting proportional representation. He never said that. He said it would only be the last vote under first past the post.
Right.
Now
So
in
that's still a big
Canada,
lie,
well, no, not really, because proportional representation, the way things happen in a really weird way. With this one, I've explained it on the show before, but we've never had a national vote thing. But what happened with proportional representation is that when they created the election reform committee, because the Liberals had a majority at the time, they had a majority on the committee. And then the NDP went out
Right.
and they got all upset. They said, oh, the Liberals can't have that. They're going to use the majority to force through rank ballots and impose them on us like a tyrant, like a dictator. So the Liberals said, okay, we won't give ourselves a majority on the committee. We'll hand it over. So they gave the majority on the committee to the opposition parties. And then the opposition parties couldn't agree on a damn thing. So you had the Conservatives and the Bloc Québécois, whose vote is regionally concentrated. Well, they don't want proportional representation at all. And they certainly don't want ranked ballots.
I didn't know that. I feel stupid for not knowing that. I had no idea that they relinquished the
Most
majority.
people don't.
I honestly,
They did.
Well, but at first, didn't they find out that whatever the committee wanted, with the exception of the Liberals, would have like taken away power from the Liberals, and then so instead of doing, instead of not flexing their majority, and they gave it away. Why couldn't they have just like done the whole thing in a different way, where they were like, this is the last first past the post election, and we're not leaving this committee, even if it takes a year or two, until we come up with something like that? To me, would have been a better choice. It makes me feel, especially now that we have a minority government, because that minority government could look a lot different, like when you take into account what the seats might look like. I was just excited, and I'm not alone, I don't think. I was excited to not have to deal with like this first past the post shit, because when you have I think that voter turnout would increase. I think people would felt that whether it was ranked ballots or proportional representation, either one of those systems, I think, is better than the one that we have right now, personally.
So to answer your question, what had happened is that the director of elections said that he needed that decision as to what type of political system, what type of ridings, how that would be all be done 2 years before the election so that they can plan it.
Yeah.
So they had a window to do it. What happened is that, so they gave themselves a minority on the committee, and then you had two factions. You had the Bloc and the Conservatives, who absolutely do not want a change. They like the current system. They're the ones who want the current system because it
I don't think
benefits
the
them
Bloc
the
should
most.
even be a party, personally, but go ahead.
Yeah. And then on the other side, you have the Greens and the NDP, who absolutely want proportional representation because that will guarantee that they get more seats than they currently do now. So you've got two factions, two parties, both representing a decent amount of people. The Bloc conservative faction represents a greater number of Canadians than the NDP Green faction, and they were able to agree. They agreed on having a referendum on the question. But if you read the report and you got to the annexes, the Greens' position was, well, we already decided this was the last referendum under first past the post, so the referendum should be between two different proportional representation systems.
I agree with that.
Like this, which again, why? Because nobody's guaranteed that we were getting proportional representation. They wanted to create a referendum.
Guaranteed it was going to be the last first past the post.
First past the post, but the
So
Greens
that
and
should
the
have been the
NDP,
mandate.
yes, but the Greens and the NDP were trying to organize a referendum that would give proportional representation no matter what, to the exclusion of any other system,
Oh, that's stupid.
and impose that on us.
Yeah.
the Conservatives and the Bloc wanted a referendum so that they could then go into referendum and campaign against it,
Right. Okay.
right, to make sure it doesn't happen. So they couldn't agree on a referendum question. They couldn't agree on a threshold for winning. They couldn't agree on whether or not it should be proportional representation or not, another form or the same. And by law, a referendum question has to be a yes no. So what the Greens and the NDP wanted as a referendum question would have required a change in the Election Act or the Referendum Act to allow that, which again was not going to happen because the Conservatives were going to hold that up because all
That's
they needed
actually a
to do was
brilliant move by the
run the
Liberals, then,
count.
isn't it? That was a brilliant move by the Liberals.
Yeah, they just
Yeah.
handed it to them, and they
Knowing
never
that
were
they
able
would
to
fuck it
agree.
all up.
And then they gave it a mercy killing.
Yeah. I didn't know that. I'm glad I'm educated on that. I still think that maybe that that the committee should have just been deciding between proportional representation and ranked ballots, and that's, sorry kids, but that's your choice, and done like that. But you know, whatever.
Yeah.
It did inspire me. Like at the time, it inspired me more than the weed file did. And the weed file I actually worked on. I was part of the soup that made legalization
That's
possible
right,
in this country. So won't bore anybody with that story again, but I was hired by the Liberals at one time, and we did it, and that's why it became a policy initiative. So, but the other part, the last first past the post election was huge for me. I don't even know if I had voted Liberal. I don't remember the last time I voted Liberal. You know, as an adult, like whatever. In a federal election, but I gladly did this time. I also really enjoyed my MP, which was Nathaniel Erskine Smith, so I was happy about that. But yeah, I was
Who's now
really
running for the leadership of the Ontario Liberal Party.
Yeah, I think Crombie might have given it to him already. Did you see what she said the other day?
No.
What?
She said, "My Liberal Party will run things from the center right." I was like,
Yes.
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
wow.
Like
Yeah.
Okay.
that's
Good luck
not going
with
to go
that.
over well with a lot of people.
I don't know. I don't think so either. I think that because she's trying to change the whole brand. Like,
Yeah.
it just, I don't
Yep.
know. That's gonna
Yep.
backfire. I think.
Yeah, I hear you there. Yeah, I agree. So yeah, for the just to close off on the proportional representation thing, or the first past the post, I would have liked that too. My personal preference was for ranked ballots, but the thing that happened afterwards, which was the real irony, is that after Prime Minister Trudeau gave it the mercy killing, rather than trying to lead people on and saying, "Yeah, no, that's still going to happen. We're still going to work on it." It wasn't going to happen. The opposition parties were just not going to let it happen, no matter what. Then the NDP turned around and said, "But you promised. You have to do it." Oh, so wait a minute. Now you want him to use his majority as a
Right.
dictator to impose to impose proportional representation. So you're okay with the dictator so long as the dictator does what you want.
Yeah.
I guess you should have never changed the majority on the ERRE committee now, did you?
Yeah. That's see, all parties are fucking just awful. I hate. Maybe that's really. If I was running, I'd be like this. I had this dream once. It wasn't a real dream, but it was a daydream, and where to shake things up in this country. And I don't think you could actually. I don't know if you could do it or not, but in a federal election, you're allowed to run as an independent, right? Okay.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it would be an amazing project if the day after the next election, you do this thing where you go to every riding in the country and you find a popular person that's a community leader in that riding, and you convince 300 and whatever it is, 338, whatever it happens to be, people to run as independents. And a bunch of them would win if they're good community leaders, because really what it's name recognition that and being an independent that kills independent's chance of winning. But if you get someone that's a leader, like someone that everyone knows in each riding to run as independents, you could really like fuck up the whole party system thing. Because I think the party system, if you've ever gone to a convention or if you ever sat at tables with people that are all from one party, it's
Oh, yeah.
gross. And they never think about Canadians. They only think about winning and the party. And that's all they think about.
No, you're absolutely right about that.
It's killing us.
I've had that thought before too, James. Actually, if we had like 338 actual independents,
It'd be interesting what would happen,
It'd be
because
interesting.
you are right when you say that. And it's one of those things. Is like I don't surround myself with friends who always all think the same, because then you're just in an echo chamber, and that's just not good. And it's when you get, like you said, you get to that party and you're surrounded by a group of people who all support one political party. It's like, it's just
Yeah.
you know what it is? You know what it is? It's the world. All the chefs have died, and all we have to eat is Wonder Bread and mayonnaise.
Oh.
Right? That's how I see it. You know, it's like it's all more of the same. This is boring. This is not helping anyone or solving anything. Now, I mean, doesn't mean I necessarily want to see people with terrible politics, but you know, at least variety for crying out loud.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Kits and Cubs, the polls in Alberta have closed about 21 minutes ago. Some results, preliminary results, are starting to come in. Not a lot of votes, only 177 votes cast so far, but showing the UCP leading in 3 seats at the moment. Maybe 4, according to the kits here. I have the CBC feed up right now, and I'm just seeing 3 at the moment.
SC4
But
and CBC.
that's only 177 valid votes cast
Yeah.
at the moment.
The by the vote results are hilarious, eh, Douglas?
Yeah, exactly. 106 of them so far cast for the United Conservative Party, so I'm guessing they might be
And they're only leading because old
rural
people
votes.
vote for the UCP and they want to go home and go to bed, right? Like
Yeah. There's some truth to that, though. That's truth. I mean, they still, you
Gotta
know,
get
there's
to
still
Lethbridge. My polling station is 36 minutes from my house.
Well,
Matlock starts at 11. Anyway,
Matlock.
I don't even know if that show's on anymore.
No, he died a long time ago, but it was a classic.
Oh man, oh man. James, I was wondering if you had some thoughts because this particular election has had, as far as I'm concerned, a whole bunch of things from Daniel Smith that should have been disqualifying and UCP candidates that should be like, to me, this decision should be really simple based on the quality of the people running, but it is not clearly
Well,
because we're expecting this to be close.
I thought I was kind of educated by what Naheed Nenshi wrote for CTV the other day.
Ah,
And I didn't realize that a bunch of the decisions that Notley had made that he wasn't happy with, and I kind of like see. I think Nenshi is a potential future prime minister if he wants
yes,
to be,
Agreed.
and I
or
find
Governor
him.
General.
Yeah, so because I find him to be not, I don't find him to be ideological. I find him to be kind of common sense.
Hmm.
I like his progressive values. I think that he is, he's also an outlier in the sense that you can't pin him down on any of the tropes that the right like to use, like the fact that he's a Muslim. If you met him and spent a week with him, I bet you wouldn't even see like a prayer rug. I think he's just, like he's the way that most Catholics that I know are Catholic.
Mhm.
Right.
They're just like they're decent people. They probably go to church on like holidays, but not on Sundays, kind of thing. Like he strikes me as one of those guys. Whatever the Muslim version is of that. And and I think that he had some surprisingly conservative leanings as well, but not like too far. Moderate conservative. And
He would
and
be
when
a progressive, a true progressive.
and
Yep.
I thought it was really like. Listen, I think Notley would do a better job with the province. I think, I don't think Danielle Smith is an effective leader. I think she's one of those people that could probably tell the joke. I'm not really a political leader, but I play one on TV because she has. Someone was saying, I can't remember who it was. It might have been Charles Adler, but like that debate, her presentation was far better, but Notley's food probably tasted better.
Right.
So
Exactly.
how do the average Joe might go for a Daniel Smith in that situation. And gun to my head, I think that I think the UCP are probably or the UPC
UCP,
United, UCP.
the Ultimate Corruption Party. I mean, United Conservative Party. Sorry,
I call them the United Clown Posse.
United Clown Posse.
Yeah, but they're like, I think they'll probably win. I think that the temperature of that province since the pandemic is probably leaning in that direction. But I could be totally fucking wrong because of turnout. Again, I think if it's less than 55%, I think the UCP wins. I think if it's over 60%, and I'll give myself that 5% margin of error, but over 60%, the NDP have it. But yeah.
Oh, okay. So
Sorry,
over
guys.
60% for the UCP, you think will be the vote share tonight?
Are you talking to me?
Yes,
Oh, sorry. Say again.
over 60%. You think will be the UCP vote share?
I don't know what it. Oh shit. I don't know.
Oh, are you predicting? That's what I'm asking.
I don't know what the separation of votes is. I don't know. I'm not familiar enough with the provincial politics there, but I just think that if the voter turnout is under 55%, that's the UCP. If it's over 60%, it's the NDP. So
Looks like
vote
we've got
share-
an NDP seat.
Yeah,
Vote-
right now, electoral districts. I'm going on the results elections Alberta site because I think there might be a little delay in votes coming in, showing on the screen. But that one says United Conservative Party leading in 10 seats, and Alberta New Democratic Party leading in 1. None of the seats have been declared yet. So
Is this
Shall,
all advance votes that they're counting right now?
no, all votes.
No.
So, for example, 214 valid votes cast have been counted, 47 on election day, 9 advance, 155 mobile votes. I didn't know that there was mobile voting, and 3 special ballot votes.
Oh, there's mobile voting. Oh, now the Conservatives are definitely going to win.
Something
so-
says mobile, yeah.
Someone's an investor in one of the companies that tally those.
Yeah, it'll be like Dominion or something, right? Then.
Yeah.
That's a joke. Shall we? Should we bring in our? We have another guest waiting in the green room.
Absolutely.
Who and I was thinking, here's a gentleman. We should bring him in when we were discussing former mayor of Calgary, Naheed Nenshi, because, well, he has a special connection to him, Mr. David Wallace.
Gentlemen,
How you doing? We can hear you.
The only
I can't
person on
see
the
you, though.
network with hair better than mine.
Oh, there we go.
there you go. How's the mic, guys?
Good. Sounds
Lovely.
good.
How are you, sir?
Yeah.
I can't complain. Had an interesting chat with the Reverend today, and
Yeah, we saw that.
it
Yeah.
was an
Solid job.
opportunity came up, and we were able to do it, but in a very short window of time. We weren't really exactly ready to launch the podcast, but thanks to James, we were ready.
Yeah. There's some kinks, but we can work that out.
Oh yeah.
Before we continue, I just wanted to mention, because we were talking about mobile voting, and I looked it up here. Some treatment centers, hospitals, supporting living, long-term care facilities, shelters, and community support centers established mobile voting locations, so it's not voting by mobile phone. These are for residents, inpatients, or people receiving support and services from the location where the mobile voting station is set up. In order for a facility to get a mobile voting station, there must be at least 10 voters that reside or receive treatment there. Only residents and people receiving care can vote at a mobile voting location. ID is not required for mobile voting stations. The facility representative must confirm that the voter is a resident there or that they are receiving treatment at the facility. Staff and family members are not allowed to vote at the mobile voting station.
So that makes
So you need
perfect
someone
sense.
to vouch.
That makes perfect sense.
That used to be the law of the land everywhere. In the federal elections, you never needed ID to vote before 2006. You just all you needed to do was show up at a polling station and demand your democratic right, and they would give you an on-the-spot registration form. And then after that, they went to vouching.
Yeah, who changed that? Who changed that again?
Most people didn't know that you could do that. That you could go to the polling station and vote.
We know who changed that.
Voter
Believe
suppression.
I
Voter
believe
suppression.
I believe we refer to him as shit gibbon from time to time.
Yeah.
Well, you know what they say, right? Voter suppression. It's been electing tyrannical government since, I don't know, somewhere around 1999, 2000.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Early.
No,
Yeah.
you're absolutely right.
Absolutely
Well,
right.
Well, and it's one of the reasons I thought we should bring you in now is because you did have a direct connection with Mayor Nenshi.
Yes.
And unlike what I'm sure many of the people you dealt with in your career, David, he turned out to be like a solid guy.
Well, it's strange when you say that I had a close connection. That's true in a way, even though the times I met Mayor Nenshi were fleeting and brief. He was aware
Well, closer
of who I
than we
was.
did anyway. That's what I was trying to
Oh,
get.
yes,
Proves
but I
that
mean,
he's smart, David.
Pardon me, sir?
It proves that he's smart.
Absolutely.
Oh, that guy? No, I'm staying clear of that. And it was good for him that he did, right? Let's be honest.
No, he took a wait and see attitude, but he's a very cagey individual, and I hate to say that on that last job, my heart wasn't really in it. I'd already developed some serious doubts about my list of clientele by that point.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That was the Sherman
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
that was enough to basically tell me that I ought to change careers. I should stop poking into things and looking for things that maybe shouldn't be found.
Yeah, and I can understand that. You know, you've got a family to protect, right? And you go a little bit too far in one direction, and right?
Absolutely. Well, from on the bright side, it's the first time in 10 years my wife knows that I'm not just jumping on an airplane to go on business.
Oh,
Mm.
like you ever
True.
told her the truth, anyways, David?
Well, it's I'm trying to get in the habit.
I'm just joking. You know what's funny about your job
Yeah.
that you used to have is that it is more dangerous for you to use your superpowers for good than it was for bad. Isn't
Right?
that crazy?
Well, I'm afraid in this election, and I hate to be flippant, but you know who's going to win and who's going to lose. Well, no matter which way I'm afraid in this election. Oh, that
Go
was
ahead.
odd.
Sorry.
No matter which way the cookie crumbles, that Alberta is going to lose because we've got a province that is so divided, so polarized, and so charged with hate and potential violence that there are no winners. There's no
Right.
winners.
Yeah, I
Right.
agree with you there.
I hear you there. Yeah. Absolutely.
And you know, I read a tweet tonight. I was just taking a look at it, and it's that journalist, the one who worked at Global, Rachel,
Rachel
this
Gilmore.
lady?
Yep.
Yeah.
Gilmore, that's right.
Journalism.
And she put up some screenshots of some of these people who, and regardless of what you think, it doesn't matter. I mean, how old is this kid? Somebody's daughter.
She's not even 30.
She's not even
No,
30 yet.
somebody's
We
daughter,
share a
somebody's
birthday.
sister.
Yeah.
Right? And we have otherwise reasonable Canadians who have been reduced to the level of saying that they want to physically hang a child, a kid, by her neck till she's dead.
Yeah.
That's not new, though.
Those aren't
Christy-
conservatives. And here's the
Yeah.
problem. I don't want to say that conservatives are bad. No. These are regular Canadians, a great portion of them, who've been pushed so far by the same people who want you to vote for them and drag you into a theocratic
Mhm.
slavery. They want to take away a woman's right to choose. David
Yeah.
Parker, take back Alberta, his own words.
Yeah.
These people are driving the bus, and because times have been hard, and because our current federal government, let's face it, they have fucked up along every step of the way. Their intentions may have been good, but that doesn't matter. You still fucked up. Did you do it for the right reasons? Sometimes, yes, you did. But doing things for the right reasons emotionally do not save us from drowning. Human beings, they make mistakes. Nobody's perfect on either side, conservative or liberal. But here's what's happened. Regular Canadians, we didn't do this before. We may not disagree on politics. We didn't want to kill each other's children.
Exactly. It's the toxicity of it. It's gotten well. I know, James, you said that that's sort of been around forever, and there's a certain truth to that. Yes, of course, but not on such a vicious level, where there's always been that element of, well, I hate you for you winning. Okay, sure, but not. Let's hang the journalists because they reported on the story that I didn't like. That's gone a little too far.
If you
A lot too far.
I know. I feel like the old man that always tells the same 4 stories, but I'm going to do it again. I was Christy Blatchford's neighbor for like a decade. I knew her very well. I considered her a friend.
She's a great writer.
She's a great writer. She's clearly conservative, right? In her personal views. And she got some of the most vicious hate mail I've ever seen in my life, and it was all from progressives. And so I hear what you're saying. I hear it. I know it's been amplified by social media, and I know that Christy straddled both of those eras. So she got like the in writing hate mail, which in a lot of ways is kind of worse, right? Because someone actually put the effort into all that shit.
Right.
They didn't just have to click, right? And then she got the other era, the digital era, and she continued to get it. So, but what she didn't do was post the screenshots of it online. And so to me, the real difference between Gilmore and Blatchford isn't that one's more of a victim than the other. It's just that one part of her personal brand is to show everyone how she's being victimized, and the other one, trust me, Blatchford was getting rape and death threats
Oh yeah, all the
consistently
time.
for her
Yeah.
entire career.
Yeah.
I think that she was more of a professional by just dealing with that in her professional, private way than telling people about it. And what is the purpose of that? It's clearly to get attention and to get the wrong kind of attention, because and or the right kind, if sympathy is what you want. But like, I don't think it's the savvy move, the smart move, or the professional move to invite people into what you're experiencing like that. I don't know what it serves. And there's Hugh. Hey, Hugh.
Brought Hugh in. I'm
Hey,
going to jump out for
Hugh.
just a second, guys. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah.
How are you, good sir?
I'm doing, I hope you guys can hear me okay, because
Absolutely.
this is totally like the non-technical production capabilities over here at Albertastan Live. So I had to use my phone because I
We
can't
were hoping.
mute we're doing our show right now. I can't
Yeah.
mute Richard as he's carrying the show and talk to you guys at the same time on the laptop. So anyways, I hope this works. I hope this is all right.
It's working great. We were hoping for the kids and cubs watching. We were hoping to maybe try and find a way to simulcast, but we couldn't figure
Yeah.
out how to get that done.
Well,
What
do you-
Twitch? You have to do it Twitch.
what do you do, right? What do you do? And like, this is, we're so we kind of, we did our opening part here of the show, and then we're just watching some of the results trickle in. I thought, okay, let me see if I could check in with you guys and see how it's going. So how's it going?
It's going great. We were wondering what were your impressions of the campaign so far?
Really interesting. I mean, hello, David. I've never met you before. My name's
Absolutely.
Hugh.
How are you,
Gordon.
Stu?
Good to virtually meet you, sir. But David would know. He's talked about it lots before on social media, on TikTok, and elsewhere. I've listened to him in the past and read a number of the things that he had to say and about conservatism, the modern conservative party. And Alberta is, having grown up there, it is this really strange monolithic place where, if once upon a time, not too long ago, even like a well-dressed toaster oven could get elected as a conservative. So what does it take? What does it take to change that, right? Like, we're talking about generations of voting patterns, right, that are ingrained into familial, I guess, roots. And it is really hard to put your finger on the pulse of the politics if you think it's going to be a change election. And I'm not sure if that's the kind of campaign that it was. I maybe could break it down NDP and UCP. And I don't want to hog the conversation here, but as a student of political sciences, I'd say the UCP ran a really garbage campaign. It was bad.
Yep.
There wasn't a day in the campaign where Smith or company weren't on their back foot trying to defend or explain or apologize for something stupid that she has said or done. Not some grainy video, but like the ultra high def that Nobby said they had it in, right?
Yep.
And even leading up to the campaign, and we talked about it on the show back in April, just a constant blitzkrieg of, NDP socialist hordes at the gate. We can't go back. They destroyed the province in 4 years. Blah, 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 blah. The whole NDP hate machine was in full gear before the campaign started. And it almost seemed to me as the campaign rolled on, people were just like blotting that out. They could care less. And then to me, what it really sort of seemed to be, and what it ended up becoming at the end was, we got to get our base motivated. We got to keep them on side. We got to do some stuff to motivate them to come out to the polls, because Danielle Smith was such a drag on their party. I mean, when you got guys like Brian Jean, and that's just anecdotally from Twitter and social media, guys like Brian Jean and his campaigners are going door to door, literally promising people that if they vote for the UCP, they will get rid of Danielle Smith and he will be the premier. Don't worry. That was the stuff going on. And then, as Rich and I made a point of it in the show here this evening, all of their campaigning culminates in endorsements from Pierre Poilievre and Stephen Harper. Like, was there any doubt?
Who
Like-
Harper needed to take two.
Right. Well, and who in the right mind thought that those two guys wouldn't endorse them? That's
Right.
interesting. And in neither of their endorsements do they mention Danielle Smith by name. Maybe Skippy made a mention. I don't know if he did.
Harper
I didn't
did.
hear it.
Harper did.
In the
Harper-
second time.
Yeah.
A second time.
He didn't-
Okay,
the
so
first time he
somebody
didn't
probably.
even mention UCP or Danielle. He said vote
Okay, well, I
conservative,
didn't-
vote for
I didn't
Alberta,
hear-
vote conservative.
I didn't hear that, but I guess apparently they then trotted him out to two supposedly safe Calgary ridings, one of which was Tyler Shandros in Calgary Acadia, to endorse him.
Mhm.
What does that tell you about voter enthusiasm on
That's
the
David.
conservative side, right? So that's
And the
Yeah.
thing is that Harper went to Shandro's electoral district, but I don't think had a picture taken with Danielle Smith. And
Oh.
in the ethics investigation, we learned that there was Danielle Smith's version of the story, and then Tyler Sandro was like, no, it didn't happen that way at all. So that knocking on the door and, hey, vote for us, and we'll throw Mama from the train. I think they've already picked their successor, haven't they?
yeah.
Because Harper's already anointed Shandro, hasn't he?
But what was interesting to note was that they felt somebody deep inside UCPHQ ran the numbers in some of these ridings, and they go like, we got a problem here. We got to galvanize. We've got to stop the hemorrhaging. We've got to motivate our own people to stick with us. And that's been the UCP message, right? That's not a great value proposition. As far as the NDP is concerned, kind of lackluster. Like, Notley has her own baggage that she has to carry. Yeah, you know what? She does have to live down and I guess make an argument for what happened when she was in power and why it wasn't such a success and some of the mistakes that she made. And she kind of did address that. But I think there were a number of moments where, particularly even during the debate, where she really could have hammered the hell out of Danielle Smith unrelentingly.
Right.
And it was almost like there's so many things that the woman has said or done to take issue with. She didn't really even hit her with that over the head. And I think she could have been more aggressive that way. I think we would have liked to have seen a little bit more aggressive debate from her. In terms of the campaign, yeah, really a lot of negative advertising. As far as voting for the NDP, some of their policies are kind of like mishmash. There's nothing really exciting about that. I mean, she even kind of fainted to the right with eliminating the small, medium-sized business tax cut, right? Or tax rate. I don't know if that moves the dial. So, Rich and I said in our show this last week after the debates, was it's kind of like, if you went into there thinking that, you didn't like one or the other, you probably still think that way. It's all going to come down to this last week, and whether they've got the motivated voter on their side. And if you're going to go by advanced poll numbers, I think you'd have to say that was the NDP. But I don't know if it's enough to overcome the natural advantage that the conservatives have always enjoyed, right?
Hugh, can I ask you a question about whether or not how much of a role did the politics that came out of the pandemic have to do with the results that we're seeing tonight?
There's polling on that. I don't know if you guys have noticed. I can't remember who it was, if it was Abacus Data or another polling firm. And they've made a direct correlation between those that were adamantly anti-vaccine and anti-mandate during the lockdown.
Yes, the low information voter factor.
And their voting intentions. And it was like 99.7% conservative.
What?
Yeah.
And
they asked him a series of, I know that, I was reading that. They asked him a series of about 4 or 5 questions that had conspiracy theory statements. And the more people, they asked them to rate them from like 0 to 10 or 0 to 5 or something. I guess,
right.
And most of the people that believed the conspiracy statements were true, like 98% of them, are conservative voters.
I wonder what that did to voter turnout among those voters too. I wonder if it like significantly increased the turnout for conservatives, because usually higher voter turnout means a better result for progressives. But in this particular case, maybe that flies on its head because maybe they've been invigorated. These the convoy crew kind of like voter. Maybe that they normally don't vote and now they do. I'd love to see those exit polls. That'd be interesting.
It might have. It's kind of a mishmash, I guess, from a political angle, because Smith came in to absolve all those that felt threatened under the lockdown and had their rights stripped from them, and she threw a lot of shade to them and red meat out to them to kind of pacify them. But what's funny is a lot of UCP supporters, those hardcore right wingers, they're going to the polls, probably happily so, to vote UCP, the same party that took away their quote unquote rights.
Yeah. Which they fail to realize.
So easy to fool the people.
Try squaring that circle, right? Like,
I'm going to give a little results update while we're here. So now we have about 10,400 votes cast. We have the UCP leading in 42, the New Democratic Party leading in 22, and some kids asked if the Liberals got any votes yet. 28.
Wow, look at that, 28.
Yeah.
So there's not many votes. It's only
10,400.
like 10,000 votes that have been counted or something like that, right? Like
Yeah,
Yeah,
not a
about
lot.
10,400. Yeah,
okay.
not a lot yet. So yep, only
It's like watching them. It's like watching the hour hand in a clock, eh? With the way we handle
Right.
elections, like
Yeah, pretty much.
if you there was something in the debate, the closing statements. No, sorry. You know what? Actually, hold off on that. I'll look for that again. I'll bring it up later because I wanted to mention it. I'm looking for something, and I don't think I may have it set up at the right spot. Actually,
That happens.
hold on a
well,
second.
while you do that.
Oh no! Wait,
I
I do actually.
sorry.
Sorry, I do.
Okay.
I did have it set up at the right spot. It wasn't the closing statements. During the debate, the leaders were asked a question: "Why should we trust you?" And I would like to play you Daniel Smith's reply, and I want you to tell me what you notice.
I'm surprised she doesn't spontaneously combust.
I'm surprised she didn't take a step from the lectern and go, "What? Lightning." All right, let's hear this.
Question on a theme that's outside of our main topics.
Here's Lisa Johnson from Post Media. Thank you. This election may be decided by who Albertans trust more. Ms. Notley, based on the NDP's fiscal record in government, there are some people who don't trust you to manage Alberta's finances. And Ms. Smith, you were found today to have broken conflict of interest rules. Why should Albertans trust you? Ms. Smith, this question goes to you first.
Well, first, what I would say is that when Ms. Notley campaigned last time around, she didn't tell anybody she was going to increase the carbon tax. She brought in a business tax, and she also ended up running up more debt than we've seen of any premier in our province's history. And the results speak for themselves. We saw 183,000 jobs lost in the first couple of years. We had a number of people moving out. We had 13 quarters of people leaving this province. In fact, the energy minister at the time said, well, if you can't find a job in Alberta, go work in BC for a while. That kind of defeatist attitude is not what Alberta is all about. Alberta is back on track. We have more people coming in here than ever before. Our Alberta is Calling campaign is working. We've got more diversification and business investment. We got to keep that going.
All right, thank
That was the biggest non-answer ever.
Christine Anderson answers questions like that. When I've interviewed her twice, like that's how she answers questions. I'm like, what are your ideas for global warming, to fight global warming? She's like, these socialists, all they're doing is, I'm like, and I asked her 5 times. She gave me the same type of spin every single time.
They don't have an answer.
The question is, why should we trust you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
And then she went on about
so she basically said you can't.
Yeah.
Of course, that's part of the strategy going into the debate.
You can't.
That's just media training.
Well,
that's one of
That's
those.
the problem, though, isn't it? We've become nothing but media training. We've become so entrenched in our positions, we're willing to vote for whatever slug we can produce who is sanitized and approved by the corporate masters who allow them.
Well,
Nailed
aren't
it
you
right
a ray
there.
of sunshine, Dave?
Well, this
He's
is why. I
right.
mean, I'm a conservative. I was a
You're,
lifelong
and
conservative,
you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
but I'm not anymore. And I'll tell you why, because the Conservative Party, there's a lot of conservatives left. Unfortunately, none of them are involved in politics anymore. They're on the
You're right.
outside looking in. And that's
You're
what
absolutely
scares
right.
the hell out of me.
Yep.
Because
Yeah.
now all conservatives do is vote against their own interest. Like, I don't know, don't take away our coal mines in Kentucky. Because God forbid, maybe the federal government might invest in, I don't know, education so
Yeah.
you can get out of those coal mines and feed your kids and not die of fucking lung cancer. And so mothers and fathers can stay together and not have their families broken and then their 14-year-old and 15-year-old kids into another coal mine to dig coal and die. Why? So rich fucks who actually pull the strings can keep convincing conservatives that they're on their side.
Yeah.
Well, in terms of the debate, you're right, Douglas. She didn't answer the question. I'm almost certain that was a distinct strategy.
Mhm.
And you notice throughout the debate too, anyone that watched it closely, constantly making up numbers about job losses under the NDP. That last quip about them racking up more debt than in the history of the province is BS. Actually, the
Yeah.
UCP outspent the NDP in 2.5 years. It took them 4.
Yeah.
Right? They just happened to pay off a little bit of it, throw the oil bonanza at the end. But that was a strategy, and that was maybe kind of disappointing watching Notley's performance, which, we said this, we talked about it on the show before, which was, she was almost trying to give these academic answers to the questions, which is what you want from a thoughtful person. Like that, that's not necessarily the wrong way to do it, but politically, it kind of it was kind of a ham-handed attempt at a debate. What she should have done, as we said, is, answer the question short, to the point, then pivot and attack. She should have done that, right?
It was
But in
like
terms
question
of
period. It was like watching question period, right?
Mhm.
right,
But she
it's
couldn't
a
offer
debate. It's a
anything on
debate.
dresser.
But the incumbent is like the prime minister in question period. So, Mr. Prime Minister, why did this particular deal with Saudi Arabia cost so many billions? And it's Justin Trudeau. Well, the conservatives, right? That's how he answers that question, right? Like
Yeah.
he'll talk about the deal that the
Bad
conservatives
fucking
made beforehand.
communicator
He'll
is
make
what
it seem
it
like
is.
he can't do anything because of the conservatives, and then he'll big up his party in a very overarching way that has nothing to do with the question, and then he'll sit down. And that
Right.
was the exact
Okay.
same thing. Yeah.
But my point on this one is, okay, what are you going to do with your policy? Oh, well, like this. But this is, why should we trust you? This is a
Doesn't matter
question
what the
that
question
somebody
is.
should be able to
Yeah.
answer.
the incumbent will always answer like they're the prime minister in question
It's like
period.
asking, what's your name?
And
Well, Rachel.
Well, my
Yeah.
mother was going to, like I could do that.
And that's
Take it
why,
away.
and that's why, after all was said and done, the debate, it didn't move the dial.
No.
And I really do think Notley needed to move the dial. Like this was Smith's debate to lose, and by not getting the knockout punch, having no knockout punches thrown, usually, conventional wisdom is politically, then the incumbent wins, right? Because they haven't been brought down a peg. That said, I don't know, David. Maybe David's better to answer this question. Like, if you are a reluctant conservative voter, did you see anything at all during the campaign that would make you just want to rush out to the polls to vote for the UCP?
Oh, I mean,
I didn't see
I'm
it.
a conservative at heart, but I'm a career, if you would consider it, criminal in that sense. So I never voted because that would be wrong. It was.
Right.
I don't want to affect democracy. I already do enough. So,
Right, but you didn't get the UCP, either Daniel Smith, whatever, their campaign. Even all the big, big bad boogeyman attack ads and stuff on Notley and the NDP. That wasn't going to change your mind about getting out and voting, right?
Never. I mean, at the end of the day, the UCP was infiltrated by an outside organization. We now know that organization.
Yes.
We take back Alberta. And the public perception, and it was no secret, was that Jason Kenney was overthrown in an internal squabble.
Right.
And these people have their conservatives don't listen. Are all conservatives religious? No, that's ridiculous. They care that you balance the fucking budget, right? I
Yeah.
mean, maybe have nice school for our kids and clean streets and things like that. They're not hyper religious. They're not hyper militant. But this Take Back Alberta, which is steering for better or worse, according to some, Danielle Ship, they are hyper vigilant on this. And it's going to come to a point where these conservative, they're voting because they feel it's their duty, but I think they're on their last legs of doing this. Even they are starting to say, look, enough's enough.
Mhm.
Right.
Well, when you see former MLAs, former conservative MLAs that are saying, I'm voting NDP in this election because this is not what I ran for, it's telling.
It's crazy. It's crazy. There's all kind of crazy. I mean, you might have had conservative friends and neighbors, liberal friends and neighbors. Doesn't matter. I mean, we had diverse of issues in our cultures before, like abortion, education, race, gender, sexuality. We had these issues, but we managed not to kill each other and threaten to firebomb each other's homes.
Yeah.
And this is being driven by an extremely hard right-wing edge, which is being encouraged by, let's face it, multinational oligarch corporations, right? That happen to be owned by guys who use the Bible to lead their flock. And who's the flock? Well, it's us sheep who are suckers.
It's the same blueprint that the United States found themselves in.
That's where it came from, my friend.
Yeah,
That's where it came from.
Like, and it's been going on there for like half a century, with religious groups that sort of groom seniors in university to come be with them, and then they end up like, it's almost like multi-level marketing in the way that it works in the States.
It's exactly what it is. Good.
And the
Right?
influence that it has via single issues like abortion, like gay marriage, or just being anti-socialist, because remember when they called Obama a socialist, and you're like, and then he did his 8 years, and you're like, that was the fucking most like
That was socialism.
It was soft conservatism, really, at the end of the day,
Really?
right? Like, especially if you include military stuff, right? Military stuff. So, and so they have this propaganda going for them to demonize the other side, and then they have the religious aspect. And then you throw money at that, and it's just like it's a really powerful force. Like it's got Donald Trump elected, it got Roe versus Wade, overturned, and it doesn't really seem much like DeSantis. Imagine thinking that he was a better candidate than the last president. When would you have thought that? Maybe after Bush, I guess. But like, it's amazing. I'm surprised the televangelist hasn't like thrown his hat into the ring in the United States, and I'm a little surprised. Although I know that Danielle Smith is like the hottie among conservatives, right? Like I know that she's sort of like the sunshine girl. Like they find her.
I'm sorry, that's a shallow pool. Then
I'm just saying.
offense.
I know. Listen, I'm not trying to make it about her looks at all. But I've talked to a lot of conservatives. They think she's like a hottie, so she has the aesthetic appeal to a lot of people who are low information voters, right? So she has that advantage over Notley, and that's why a lot of people like Charles Adler, like I said at the beginning, I think that he was like, it's more about the presentation with Danielle Smith, and that's why you couldn't declare Notley the victory, and that's why, to Hugh's point, it didn't move the dial. Right, like she did that non-answer, but that non-answer looks better coming from her than it does coming from Notley. It just does, because she's smiling. It's obliviously, but still.
This is Bridget. She says hi, everybody.
Hi, Bridget.
Well, I hate to be a party pooper, but I got to check back in with Rich and get back to what's going on there. And thanks for having me on. And we'll have to do like a post-election like breakdown or something.
Sounds good, brother.
If
all right.
Rich
Well,
wants to come in at some point, send him over.
I'll mention it to him here right away.
Okay.
All right. Take care, guys.
Thanks so much
Bye.
for helping.
Can we talk to Bridget about your relationship with her, Paul? Just kidding.
It's not a casual Monday.
I know.
Sorry, I'm not going to get all. I guess I had a little bit of a foul mood. I just got a feeling that this is going to be this election. That's all. So I mean, let's let it do its worst. Let's, one way or the other, the sun will shine tomorrow.
Has anyone called it yet?
Some result update. There's been a jump. There must be some urban seats reporting, because now the seats show, at least on CBC, UCP leading in 48, NDP in 34 now. Looking at the Alberta elections page, it says 44 for UCP and 30 for Alberta New Democratic Party. But there's one very, very, very early vote interesting result, but I'd like to put it up there because we've been talking about this person a lot. In Livingstone McLeod, Chelsea Petrovic, I believe, is the person who had decided that she had to erase 15 years of web content and issue a blanket apology for everything that she's ever said in those 15 years. I'm not going to say specifically what it was, because there was just so many, but that, trailing early, but 19.6 after, with 2 of 36 polls reporting. So let's hope the trend is our friend. And right on cue, the person who actually told us about this from the breakdown, Alberta, Nate.
Getting some noise from you there, Nate.
Getting some noise, like good noise or bad noise?
Like an air conditioning or something.
Like an air conditioner or something?
I am about 8 feet away from an air conditioner right now. It's very
I just
warm.
want a prize.
It might be a little hot.
Yeah, I understand. When that happens here, I tend to turn the fans off, because this mic picks up a lot, and it can get very warm. Sometimes in my apartment, when we're just doing recording, it's like all of a sudden he looks at me and goes, "Are you okay?" I go, "No, it's 27 degrees in here."
See, I just finished a very unpleasant bout of pneumonia, and
I read that.
Yeah, it was. Do not recommend. Don't try it at home, kids. It's not fun. But my kids are going to bed, and if I turn off the air conditioning right now, there's going to be all kinds of hell to pay. So it's the byproduct of having a relatively nice microphone.
Wow, I am very happy you were able to join us, considering that.
Yeah, no, me too. Actually, this worked out perfectly for me, because I'm not quite at the point where I can work with the team to put together a whole show on our end, but I can totally hop in and just pundit for an hour or two. That's
aren't we?
That's the day that ends in Y at my house.
Well, aren't I a lucky beaver? Thank you so much for coming. Everybody that's been coming in, we've been asking, what have we hadn't had a chance to talk this month, because we didn't have a chance to do a follow-up show. What have been your impressions since, let's say the last 3-4 weeks?
Wow.
Yeah,
I think is probably, like, here's the we have started putting together some broad stroke ideas for our show on Wednesday, and it's really there's so many different stories that made up this election. I mean, one of them is, and we hammered this on our show for months now, the fact that the NDP didn't start really campaigning until April was a really bizarre choice. I know that there were a lot of political I mean, Max Fawcett you had on with me a little while ago, and he and I both were like, what are they doing other than nothing? Because it was really quite stunning how they just were like, okay, you can have the field for the first 3/4 of the game, and then maybe we'll show up. That was really surprising, and I think they gave up a lot of unnecessary yardage on that front. The UCP campaign has been an absolute, the shirt choice is deliberate for tonight. This wasn't just what was hanging on the chair.
Perfect.
It's
perfect.
It was a remarkable campaign for, here's the thing. I've been following Alberta politics for quite some time. I grew up in this province. I've lived in this province my entire life. And I can't think of a time where a candidate can say, trans kids, they're like feces in cookies. It can ruin the whole cookie. And that person did anything other than resign. That is so unprecedented.
Blackface. I'm sorry, but it
In
happened.
Alberta
and they
politics,
resigned.
though, no, we don't. And even then, if you want to do the blackface thing, you have to measure in decades.
Yes.
This is
I don't think any conservative politician would have ever survived blackface, even if it was 20 years ago. I just don't.
I'm sure of course
we have the director of communications of the Conservative Party of Canada who's recently done it. There's photos of him.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, even the Trudeau
Yes.
doing blackface thing, that happened decades prior to it coming out. Whereas the comments that came from the UCP candidate who made the equivalency of trans kids being feces, that's like 2 months ago.
Yeah.
This isn't like old dirt that somebody dug up and was like, "Hey, so this is really bad."
That's the Trump effect, I think. The Trump spent 5 years essentially like saying shit that was like, oh my god, like 20 times a day.
I think it's
especially for conservatives, especially for.
I think it's a lot more than the Trump effect, because Trump said dumb stuff. People expected Donald Trump to say dumb stuff because he made a literal career out of it. But when you start to talk about multiple members of a party, like, let's not forget the candidate for Lethbridge West had to resign because she was claiming that kindergarten teachers were showing kids pornography. That was very early on in the election, but she had to resign because of that. And it reached a point, and this is where I think it's different, because it got to a tipping point of scandal after scandal after scandal with the UCP that they had to go, okay, we just have to draw a line. No matter what comes out next, no matter what happens next, we're not going to kick anybody else out, because they took a huge hit on... like right before the election was called, Danielle Smith had to kick somebody off of, he resigned off of her Multiculturalism and Inclusion Council because he was an anti-Semite and a Holocaust denier. So they had multiple losses where the norms kind of held, but it appears that there was a very deliberate and conscious decision at some point to say, hey, you know what? We're just gonna keep running with it. And no matter what comes out, like Chelsea Petrovic, I saw that you guys had her on the screen just as I was in the green room there. Her husband was in the Coots convoy, allegedly. I'm getting really good at using that word. He published pro-Putin stuff on his Facebook. Chelsea Petrovic simultaneously claims that he's the reason why she ran, but he doesn't influence her decisions as a politician. So square that circle if you can. And she got to do, I've said some things over 15 years, and somehow that was allowed. And I think what it is because Danielle Smith lowered the standard so much with all of the things that she said, not just before, like she likes to do I was just a radio host, but since she's been premier, she's said some things too, some of which are arguably worse.
Yeah.
So if you're going to say, hey, so the standard is set by the leader, and it turns out we don't have a standard anymore, how do you kick out any candidates for saying that trans kids are feces? You can't.
I still think it's the Trump effect.
I want to ask you a question.
Grab him by the pussy is the Trump effect.
I want to quickly ask you a question.
Yeah, sure.
Do you sense, because I've heard this from people in Calgary, in Alberta, Edmonton, that there's a weird religious vibe, like a militant vibe, since the Take Back Alberta movement has entered the stage, that people are making these claims because they're being, and in some cases recruited from these upbringings of extreme religion where the Bible is being weighed as a literal document. I mean,
it's not new.
I'm getting a very, very.
It's not new. Alberta, if you take a look at the history of Alberta, especially when we're talking about some of the particular areas of Alberta, Southern Alberta, for example, the whole reason why there's agriculture in Southern Alberta is because the irrigation systems in Southern Alberta were built by the LDS. That's just facts. So there is a huge contingent of LDS folks who came up from the States because they were being shot at, among other things. And that's part of the Bible Belt of Alberta. It always has been. If anything, I feel like on a provincial level, it feels like it's moving more away from that. And I think that part of what we're seeing with the Take Back Alberta folks is you have the religious groups that have always existed that are kind of going, oh wait, other people want to have a voice at the table too.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know about that. That doesn't feel so great. Maybe we should get more involved. That's all that it is. I don't think that we're seeing anything fantastically new. I mean, I had a conversation with Thomas Lukasik a little while back, and one of the things that was part of that conversation, because we were talking about Take Back Alberta, a small group having influence over the Premier of Alberta to the point of dictating that Premier's decisions isn't new. Allegedly, that's why Stelmach left, because there was a small group of PC ministers and PC MLAs who said, hey, you know what? This is how you're going to do the things. Otherwise, we're going to make your next budget vote a non-confidence vote. And boy, that'll suck for you. And he didn't want to play that game, which is allegedly why he resigned. So the notion of somebody going, okay, so the difference between 43 and 44 is minus a speaker. That's not a new game that's been played before.
Yeah. We have another guest, Richard Gordon, the other half of the boys, we call them, from Albertastan Live. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. How are you tonight?
I'm doing okay. How are you guys? I'm really happy to be here.
Happy you could join us.
We're doing really great. You were happy you could join us. Because we were talking about interesting statements, I have another clip from the debate that I'd like to put on, and I'd like to ask Richard what he thinks about this one. But what we saw with Chelsea, sort of like, I have this blank thing and, I want to erase it. Well, Danielle pulled the same move during the debate during her closing statement. If you would, Mr. Grizzly, there we go. And I will make sure that the volume's up, and there we go.
Yeah, what you have right now is the same screen we're looking at.
And it just disappeared again. Okay, let's try that again. Let's see, the share didn't work the first time. There we go. Is that it? There we go.
That's the right one.
All right, here we go.
We start with Danielle Smith.
I first want to say how much of an honor it's been to be your premier for these last 7 months. I've been overwhelmed by the generosity and kindness of Albertans that I meet every single day. These last 3 years have been difficult for all of us. And now the wildfires are testing our resolve as a people once more. But I know that together we will overcome every challenge we face, whether it's a pandemic, a flood, a fire, or economic headwinds. We will take care of one another, and we will move our province forward to a better future. My commitment to each of you, if re-elected, is to serve you with everything I have and to the best of my ability, however imperfect that may be at times. I will continue to focus on growing and diversifying our amazing economy, making life more affordable and our communities safer, and improving healthcare for all Albertans. And I will carefully listen to you and my UCP caucus, because whatever I may have said or thought in the past while I was on talk radio, Albertans are my bosses now, and my oath is to serve you and no one else.
Uh-huh. Everything I said before, you can just eliminate that, because now I work for you. None of that matters anymore.
Well, it's a lot. I mean, a lot of this is listen to everything that I'm telling you now, but ignore everything I've said in the last 4 months. But I want you to remember everything that happened in the last 4 years ago with the opposition NDP.
Yeah.
And this is a pick and choose type of scenario, or choose your own adventure, if you want to put it that way, scenario where you create a new reality from what's happening right now. And that's not the case. however, this is Alberta, and maybe you've heard this before, but traditional politics don't necessarily work that way here in the province. And this is what we're left with. Their largest liability throughout this entire campaign has been Daniel Smith, and in that.
Oh, did we lose him?
Oh no.
Yeah, we've lost him.
Oh darn. Okay.
Can I say
The other thing I
I'm sorry.
noticed is in that debate, that was the first time she made any mention whatsoever of wildfires.
That's
Rachel
it.
Notley opened the debate by expressing some sympathy with what people were going through. She did none of that in that debate. That was the first mention whatsoever. Again, she's telling you, I mean, there's no EQ there.
She's working
no-
for the script, is what the problem is.
Yeah.
Like,
But who did
I
write in the
guarantee you-
script sympathize with people whose houses are burning down?
but the problem is that the
Fake
script is
sincerity.
being written by people who are looking at what are the talking points that we want Smith to get not in trouble for, and what are the talking points that are not going to be easily assailable by Rachel Notley. I mean, the one point in the debate where you could see, oh, things might get a little bit spicy, and I was actually quite disappointed that Rachel Notley didn't start to throw some like good body blows, was when Danielle Smith tried to pivot to the, oh, well, you had that MLA who tried to hack the health system. And so Rena. That was Danielle Smith speaking as Danielle Smith. That wasn't Danielle Smith regurgitating a talking point. That was Danielle Smith being Danielle Smith. You could see the obvious difference in her tone. You could see the difference in the cadence of her speech. Everything changed for that little bit. And then she brought it right back.
Yeah. Notley
Because
did
I
it,
have
but
no
at the
doubts
end-
that she was told over and over again, don't do that.
Yeah, Notley did it, but at the end, but that moment had passed. But at one point, she started like, "If you really want to get into this, I'm like, let's go, man, because it's not gonna." But the moment was when Danielle Smith decided that this was a move for her to go on offense.
Yeah,
I thought she.
Guys, I'm
Well,
gonna
that
have to
was the
step
only time
away.
that she
I hate to
acknowledged
do it, but
Notley.
I gotta jet.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you
David.
so
Sorry, I
much
might
for
be
joining us,
back.
Dave.
I might be back, but the kids.
Okay.
Yeah, understood.
Yeah, absolutely. Please do.
I think I'm the only person on this panel that thought that she nailed it. Her closing remarks. I thought that the only mistake that I thought, and I've written speeches and managed campaigns before, so Nate, what you just said, Nate, totally rang true with me, which was when she brought it back, like bringing it back. It's unfortunate and it's kind of cynical, and unfortunately, it's the reality. But what she showed in that closing statement, probably a few things. First of all, she probably should have ran her entire campaign with that tone. Second of all, she owned the big flaws, or attempted to own the big flaws that her detractors have about her, which is her sincerity, which is her controversial statements and opinions. I think she shouldn't have used the term talk radio. I think she should have just said my former job as a radio personality. I think that would have boded better for her. But other than that, owning the part where she's basically saying to the public, look, I get it that a lot of you don't trust me and I get why. She basically said that. And I don't know if I've ever really seen that before. And I thought it landed better than expected. Like if I were to read the transcript of what she said, I probably would have thought it went a lot worse. But I think her closing statement was fine. I totally understand the position of like she said a bunch of contradictory things in her campaign that that she mentioned in her closing remarks in a totally different way. I get that. Is that growth or dishonesty? Time will tell. But I don't know. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I think that the reason why the dial didn't move, as Hugh put it, for after the debate, is because actually two things. One is because Danielle Smith is good at that, and two, I'm one of those people that think that Notley is. She's won election too many. I think that I think they kind of had a leadership problem, not because it's Notley's fault. You remember when Kathleen Wynne left Ontario? That was her best term.
Yeah.
Yes.
Her last term. Like
she should have gotten another term.
She hit her stride. It took her too long, so the public had fatigue. And I think Notley sort of gives the same vibe to a lot of Albertans. I think that they have Notley fatigue. I think if there was another leader, charismatic enough to sort of carry that banner, I think they probably would have been better off. But it's an interesting campaign. It's probably the most interesting campaign Alberta has seen in a long time, I would say.
Oh, it's the closest election that we've had in our history based on all available information, given that we're only at 56,000 votes
Yeah.
counted so far. So that's not even a drop in the bucket. But I mean, I would agree with you. I think that her closing statement for the audience that she was saying it to was extraordinarily well executed. She wasn't looking to convert any progressive voters or any politically engaged voters who have been watching this dumpster fire over the last 6 months and go, "Oh, you know what? She got me. I'm on Team Smith." That's not who she was going after. And in fact, I actually liked her from a cynical communication standpoint.
Yeah.
I liked her use of the talk radio piece, because what she did with that was like she lightened it. That's just talk radio. People just talk. It's like locker room talk. It's just talking. But more importantly, what she did with that was she created the implication. If you've heard crazy Danielle Smith stuff, it must have come from her talk radio days. So let's lump in a very creative way, all of the batshit crazy stuff that she said over the last 6 months while she's been premier. And let's just pack it all into a nice talk radio sized ball and chuck it. Because that's exactly what she did. So from a communication strategy standpoint, that was incredibly well executed. Because if you haven't been following it closely, you're just a regular Albertan who's going to work, taking care of the kids, trying to walk the dog now and then, and you hear that without all of the additional context, then you go, everything crazy that Danielle Smith has said was in her talk radio days, which is not as bad as if she said it last week, even though some of the stuff she did say last week. But it doesn't matter, because it's about managing those perceptions, right?
If she didn't want to appeal to a greater swath than her base, why would she even have to own it? Like you were saying that, like the talk radio stuff was really not about you. You opened that by saying that she's not like trying to convert people that don't support her, right? So why would she own those mistakes then if she didn't have to? If she wasn't,
there's two.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of really good reasons for her to do that. The first one is it gives people who are supporting her the conciliatory tone to say, "Oh, look, she owned her mistakes, just like she said she would. She's doing what she said." Point. But the other piece of it is like, she's not going to convert the progressives. Say what you will about the debates. The reality is debates and political pundits and scientists. I mean, Dwayne Bratt was all over the universe with this, as was Lisa Young. Debates don't change minds. What they do is they create sound clips. They give you things that you can point to. So the people who were watching the debate in real time or bothered to watch the entire thing, even though it went by so fast, those people, she's not changing any minds there. But what she gets to do is take that clip, put it all over her Instagram, put it all over her Twitter, put it all over her Facebook, and say, "Look, everybody, this is what I said at the debate." And then the faithful who are already on Danielle Smith's side, when they're trying to talk to their friends, when they're trying to talk to their family, when they're trying to talk to their coworkers, they can then say, "Oh, didn't you see the debate? She said that all of the crazy stuff that she said was talk radio, and she took responsibility for it." It allows people to paraphrase it. So it's not just, I mean, I think there is a part of it of, look, I'm owning my stuff, my base. But a lot of it is also, everybody who has been paying attention to the polling for the last 6 months has said very clearly, this election is going to be decided by the mushy middle. It's going to be decided by the people who are either going to hold their nose and vote for Smith or hold their nose and vote for Notley. But there's going to be a whole lot of nose holding going on. So what she was trying to do with that closing statement and that owning of the things was to decrease her personal stink level a little bit. And I think she accomplished it very well, unfortunately.
Especially when she did the, however imperfect thing. Right? Oh, she showed such great humility. What a statesman.
Exactly.
It sucks that we
but that's her
look
whole
for
thing.
it.
Is like,
it sucks that we look for and we enable and reward, like the whole PR communications business is really just about being dishonest. It's the closest thing we have to actual theater plays, right? Like, and so you see, I used to notice it all the time when you'd see pundits being like, well, you know, like Tiger Woods said what he had to say there. It's just like, you're just saying to us that he doesn't mean it, and he's trying to get his sponsors back, like that.
But the strength of Danielle Smith, if you want to go with a theater bit, is she's an Oscar level performer. She is able to. You take a look. I had this conversation,
Nate, when you talked about her cadence, that's what I was listening for. Because when I write speeches and you write them for specific people, you got to tell them where to pause and what to nail and where to creak your voice a little bit and all that kind of stuff. And she nailed all of them. You know.
She is an incredible performer. And what I think is the most distinct advantage that Danielle Smith had over the NDP is that Danielle Smith is able to tell you that that person over there is the worst person in the history of people, but she's able to do it in a really positive voice.
Smiles.
And then she's able to pivot very quickly to, and I'm not like them. I'm positive because I want people to have a positive vision. So she is the master of serving up the shit sandwich.
And it's a shit eating grin too.
Absolutely.
Guys, I'm gonna split. I want to thank you very much, though, for allowing me to invite myself onto your show.
You're welcome anywhere we are, my friend.
Nate, it was good seeing you. And
take care,
does your production start soon, Douglas?
The play that I'm in? It opens June 8th.
June 8th. Okay. Okay. I wasn't sure if you're.
There's a room for you if you're coming to see.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking about it. So yeah, let me know how it goes because I'm interested in knowing why you're totally ditching me on Casual Friday every fucking Friday. June. I'm just kidding. I should skip it once, and that's when I should go. But I appreciate it. Thanks, Paul. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Take care, brother.
All right,
buddy.
And we have someone leaving and someone coming in. We have Craig from Canadian History A, who has been doing, has been trying to give us lots of history, but the results are coming in a little slowly.
Yes.
Which means our good fortune. Hello, sir.
Hey, yeah, they're a bit slow. There's some ridings with like 1 or 2 votes, and it says, the NDP leading 50%, and it's like, well, they've got 1 of 2 votes. It's not that much, but there's some ridings where it's like, they got a 1,500, so you can be like, oh, okay, well, maybe that one is leading a bit more, but yeah, it's still pretty early on, but it's already close from the looks of it. So,
yeah, I saw your tweet. Random Alberta election fact: Alberta is the only province to never have a minority government, and that's not going to change in this election. I did not know that.
It doesn't look like it the way it's going.
We've always kind of been a 2-party, but even with 2 parties, we've kind of also been a 1-party system. Yeah. I mean, there have been times where the party has won nearly every seat. It's only happened twice in Canadian history, in PEI in 1935 and in New Brunswick in 1987, not in Alberta, but we've come close a few times where a party's won like 75 seats and the opposition is 2 seats.
I was living in New Brunswick during that time when basically the Liberals won everything.
Yeah, nowhere to go but down if you do that.
Yeah. Well,
you look like you got like major sunlight coming
I know.
in.
I thought I got it. I'm going to try and get it again.
No. It looks like you're being blessed by the angels. It's great.
Yeah, I was living in New Brunswick at that time. And here's the thing. I was there in 84 when Mulrooney got elected. And basically New Brunswick went blue. And then in 87 when Frank McKenna was running for premier of the Liberal Party, they wiped the map. That was like a landslide. And I remember my mother, who was a lifelong, she went to high school with Frank McKenna. They've known each other. They've talked over the years. And she was supporting him and sort of a lifelong Liberal, but she was like, oh, that's too much. She's like, I'd like to see some opposition there because I don't like it when it's all one. I'm like, oh, interesting. She goes, oh yeah, I don't agree with that. That's not good. That's not good for everybody because when you have such a landslide majority victory like that, you have nobody to oppose anything you propose at that point. And if the party is in lockstep, if every member is in lockstep with one another, whatever they feel like they want to push through, they're going to get. Because there's nobody to argue with them.
Yeah, like I said, there's nowhere to go but down when you win every seat in an election.
Bad.
You can't win anymore, unless you get more ridings. But like you said, there's so much pressure. You can do so much that way. But if you don't. And a lot of people, they don't like when somebody wins a bunch. That's why people didn't like the Montreal Canadiens for so long. So they will vote against you because you won a whole bunch.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
They'll hate you for your success.
Okay.
Can I just quickly hit on a question in the chat? Because I
Yeah.
think there's something that I want to kind of highlight. It's that I shared the anecdote on my personal Twitter because I use my personal Twitter for my stuff, and the show stuff is a collaborative effort, so I didn't put it up on there. But Dan asked if why would somebody vote for Danielle Smith whether or not she admitted to her crap mistakes. Here's an anecdote. Just an anecdote, single one-off, so do with it what you will, but it's reflective, I think, of a certain segment of the Alberta voting population. My wife went to a friend's house just recently, and they were chatting about some conversation, and this is in rural Alberta. They were chatting about some conversations that they'd each had, and the friend related a story about how they were out having a conversation at a coffee shop, and there was a gentleman there who was there with his child. And the child was LGBTQ 2S+. That's important for the story in a second. And they were talking, well, so who are you gonna vote for? And the dad said, well, I'm voting conservative. And the kid looked at the dad and said, they're literally against my existence, Dad. And the dad's response was, well, I've always voted conservative. That's the math for a stunning number of people in Alberta. He said that in front of his own kid. So that's the math. So when you're trying to, you can't apply pure logic, pure reason to why is somebody voting for a conservative candidate in Alberta, because in many regards, you're talking about, why do people celebrate Christmas?
Yeah.
It's what we've always done.
That's a
So
good point.
I don't know if that helps provide any context for Toronto Dan, but it was sitting in the corner staring at me, so I wanted to take a swing at it.
No, I think that's a pretty good swing in a home run. Unfortunately, it's not the kind of home run we want to see, right? Because
no, it's a bad one.
Yeah. Yeah.
Craig, I know that you have only a quick drop in because you want to get back. I wanted to ask if you had any impressions since we had last chatted about what has happened in the rest of the campaign so far.
Well, I think that when we first chatted, it was, April 29th, so exactly a month ago. I think it seemed like it was going to be more... I thought the NDP might do better through the campaign. Like, they had a lot of things where they were just using Danielle Smith's words against her with her own videos, but I don't think that was resonating as much with people. And this election was all negative ads. I think the only ad that I saw that wasn't really attacking somebody was an NDP ad, and it was kind of a negative ad, but like a twist on it to say, well, this is actually, the NDP are good. It was kind of a weird ad. I'd never seen something like that before. But with the debate, it was a very dull debate. There wasn't a lot to it. I felt like, there was nothing in there like in 2015 where Jim Prentice said math is hard. There wasn't something that was like a massive turning point for a party. It was just an hour, and it was like nothing was really decided. It was very dull. And so I thought the NDP might have surged ahead a bit more. But yeah, it doesn't so far. I mean, we're way too early to call anything, but so far, with UCP
Could somebody
leading.
tell CBC that, please?
Yeah. Yeah, no kidding.
Oh.
And CTV. Well, we've been sitting here chatting. I got 2 text messages from someone saying, how are the UCP at 46 seats? And I was like, with 20,000 votes counted, they're not.
Yeah, some riders have like 5 votes.
Leading and elected. These are all leading. There is no elected yet. You have to remember, when you're watching on TV, the numbers that you see in the bar is leading and elected.
Yeah, right now they're showing UCP 53, NDP 33, but they've only counted 20,000 votes. That ain't going to cut it, man.
Oh, well, there's a little more now. According to the Results Elections Alberta, we have 65,000 votes cast and counted now.
Still, but let's not forget about the
UCP 33 Alberta NDP.
The early voting. There was almost 800,000 in that alone.
Yeah. Yep.
So there's a
Yeah,
lot
and
of counting to go.
and fewer than 39,000 advance votes have been counted at the moment.
There you are. So advanced polls, there was, I think it was 758,000 or something like that. Like it was a really good number.
It was a very healthy number.
But it wasn't a big jump. Like that was one of the things that I found particularly interesting is that there were a lot of people. And I mean, they broke records on a few days for sure. But when you take a look at what the population growth is for the province of Alberta, and you line that up with what the age growth is for the province of Alberta, the increased number of advance votes is kind of like, well, that's what you would expect. So it's not the surge. And I think that there are a lot of people who are just like, oh, that's way more convenient.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I found that on when I did my vote. I did it the first day, like 10 minutes after it opened. And it wasn't a case of like, oh, it's all young people going in and voting. And there were people, there were seniors who were voting. It was just people who were like, hey, this is way better than trying to stand in line on election day. Yeah, I'm going to do this. And that's why I went. I mean, in the past, I think that was the case where it was young people going in and voting because, it was a new type of thing. But yeah, this time it was a good mix of people.
Oh yeah, there were tons of seniors when, I mean, it wasn't like packed by any stretch of the imagination, but when I went, there was a very diverse age representation.
I'm looking at some more results from the website from Alberta Elections. In the Edmonton ridings, even though there are very few polls reporting, it's very clear that the NDP is doing very well there. There are margins with one poll we're reporting where, like for example, the NDP has 1,671 votes in Edmonton Ellerslie, while the UCP has only 816. That's 1 out of 13 polls reporting, so that's already a big one. But one that's interesting at the moment is Calgary Buffalo, where the NDP has, after 4 of 21 polls reporting, the NDP has 1,686 and the UCP 969.
That's Joe Cece, though.
Pardon?
That's Joe Cece.
Oh, that's Joe Cece. Well, that would explain it.
So, like, he was a city councilor for a bunch of years before he was elected to the NDP for a bunch of years. So, like, in the land of safe NDP ridings, especially in Calgary, Buffalo's pretty safe. Well, the one that I find really interesting is, and again, super low number of polls reporting so far, but Elbow is I mean,
where she was supposed to run.
Well, in theory, one of the options. But you got to feel bad for Kerry Kundal. But currently, the NDP are ahead in Calgary Elbow, and that's one of the ridings that a lot of people's constituencies that a lot of people were watching to sort of see, well, which way does the wind blow? And Acadia also is, I mean, that's Shandy's riding.
Yeah.
And
Acadia is just six vote lead after 2 out of 15 polls reporting, but Calgary Elbow, there's a 132 vote lead there already.
Yep.
Yeah. We have Richard back. Hopefully third time's a charm.
Crazy.
It worked so well for you.
Hopefully I didn't say anything too disastrous.
No.
In between.
No, not at all.
Swearing. Good.
So, okay. Yeah. Craig has to go for now to tweet a bit. And yes, please do drop in over the course of the evening when you have the chance, my friend.
Will do.
All right. Thanks so much.
See ya.
All right. So, yeah, I know that you were talking a little bit about your impressions over the last month, but unfortunately you got cut off. If you'd like to continue with that, we'd really like to hear your thoughts.
Well, it was in regards to Smith's statements, and it's all disingenuous and based on myth, conservative-based myth at this point. And like what do you do to combat those stalwarts? It's those people in the swing ridings who were hoping to, not ridings, but swing votes that we're hoping to really influence there. and I don't know that, I don't know that Smith has really pulled anybody's influence either way.
Okay.
And that's kind of where we're at there.
Oh, hello. Oh, we have Hugh back. Who's running your show?
Nobody. No,
Nobody.
Well, we had some technical difficulties. I don't know if you guys
no.
are on Facebook Live, and we just had like a chug, and freeze, and it's like, what's going on? And
Oh.
they're like, we're going to re-kick this. We told everybody to take a break till 10 o'clock, and then we'll try and kickstart the show again and pick up where we left off, because I'm sure we haven't missed anything.
Yeah. Well, if there are any Albertastan Live usual watchers joining us right now, welcome to the Beaver Lodge.
Well, we told them we're coming.
Yeah, we're
Okay.
happy to give you a temporary home. Is there anything so far? I know that the results are coming in very slowly. Apparently, that there's no computer glitches or anything. The reports are coming in. It's just slow. So nothing's going on. No real explanation for which it is at the moment. Is there anything? I mean, there's not much to comment on, but is there anything that you're noticing about tonight that seems to have caught your attention so far? No, eh?
Good question. No. That's a really good question, and no.
It looks like Danny won.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
she
got
definitely
13
won
out of
her
25
ride, yeah.
reportings, locations reporting, and she's like 5 times the votes of the NDP candidate.
Which
So
electoral district is this one?
that is Brooks Medicine Hat.
Oh, Brooks Medicine Hat. Yes.
Oh, I've
And
got breaking
she's,
news.
sorry, 4
breaking
times
news.
the number.
Breaking
number
news
yes.
here, guys.
What
Breaking
you
news
got?
on the screen. Alberta decides between a traditional conservative government and whatever the hell the UCP is. From the Beaverton. I had to inject a little bit of levity in there. I just don't know. I just don't know what to think right now. It's
What do you think? Let's find out what does Grizzly think. Honestly.
Yeah.
Well, honestly,
let's break it down.
That's true. I haven't asked you
you
yet.
don't live here. You don't live here.
no.
So,
I did.
Let's
I did.
just frame it that way.
I lived in
I'll get
Alberta
some
for
water
7
and,
years. For those of you who don't know, I lived in Alberta for 7 years. Both my sisters were born in Alberta. What do I think about it? Well, I'm worried. I have friends and family in Alberta, so I'm worried about them because Rachel Notley, I think, is a largely a libertarian who wants to privatize everything. This is my personal opinion. Largely
You mean
libertarian.
Danielle Smith when you say that, not Rachel Notley, right?
Sorry, Daniel Smith. Yes, sorry. Wow.
Freudian.
I'm very tired. very tired.
Freudian.
So, largely a libertarian who wants to privatize everything that she can. But she's being controlled by Take Back Alberta, which is, they're looking at them from a theocratic standpoint. They want to be a theocracy. They want to bring religion into it, and they call themselves Christians, but there's nothing Christian about anything they do. And David Parker's been rumored to be he's a Russian asset under control of Vladimir Putin. This is the rumor that I read. Oh, wait, who told us that? That's right, David Wallace told us that. He's the man who introduced him to Vladimir Putin and the FSB. So, is it that far out of reality? Believe that the Russians would want to get involved? No, of course they want to disrupt their democracy. Of course they do. I think they want to do it more so than China does, because China already is handcuffed to us for 31 years. Well, what is it, 25 years left or 24 years left or whatever's left on that deal? And we cannot get out of that deal, that secret deal that Harper signed with his minions and, screwing us in the process for decades to come. So is it out of the ordinary to think that David Parker, the Take Back Alberta guy, is a Russian asset? No, I don't think so. So, when he's pulling the strings on Daniel Smith, and he's doing it from a theocratic angle, it scares the shit out of me. It really does. Because as I've said it time and time again. I have every reason to believe that she would privatize everything she could get her mitts on. Like, say goodbye to your health care. She's already whimsically talked about it, like, oh, I don't know, if you had like a credit card account, and then we could we could have a sovereign state and a sovereign nation, and we could fly to places like, oh, I don't know, Florida, where Ron DeSantis is. She always looks off into the distance when she does that little bit of hers. Looks like we've lost Richard again. His camera's frozen there. So yeah, that's my thought process. Is I'm worried. I don't trust Danielle Smith as far as I can spit. I think she would do irreparable harm to the province and to the citizenry of the province, who many of them are voting for her just because, like you said earlier, Nate, well, I've always voted that way. It's like, but you're voting against your own interests here. This is not somebody who has your interests in mind at all.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my take on it.
Can I jump in with 2 points real quick?
Sure.
So to the healthcare piece, she hasn't just mused whimsically about it. She's written policy papers on it.
Oh, yes.
As recently as 2 years ago. So her notion for the health spending accounts, that's something that she has quite literally published policy papers on. It's not just whimsy. Her entire political career has been built around, in part, the idea of privatizing healthcare and expanding the privatization of healthcare. And it's important to take into context that when she was first elected and in opposition, that was roughly the same time period where Albertans were still paying the Alberta healthcare premiums. So it's not unheard of for there to be a premium of sorts in the province of Alberta, and that's undoubtedly where she's drawing part of the well from. I would be.
Sorry, Nate.
This is not relevant anymore.
You just posted a picture of Jason Kinney swinging an order rope like my.
Sorry, Nate. You are making a good point. Carry on.
To the people listening at home.
It's Jason Kenney doing Miley Cyrus's Wrecking Ball.
Yes.
On a COVID ball.
On a COVID ball, yeah.
But so the privatization of the healthcare piece, she has been saying the quiet part out loud for her entire career. And it's not without precedence here in Alberta. So it's not actually I'm actually surprised, to be entirely honest, that she hasn't brought up that. Well, remember when I grew up, we paid Alberta healthcare premiums. I don't understand why we aren't making sure that we're stabilizing the healthcare by doing that again. Like there's narratives that she could very easily spin. I think that if you take a look at Mr. Parker, though, I would be extremely suspect of the idea that he's in any way a deliberate Russian asset. You're talking about a dude who was the homeschooled son of a pastor, raised in Alberta, immediately went to conservative federal politics, was largely socially pariahed out there, and then got caught up with this allegedly got caught up with this Pacific Prosperity Network stuff that was basically beta testing all of the tools that Take Back Alberta has used in the Vancouver municipal elections. So, I mean, David Parker's a lot of things, and I got no shortage of list of beef with him. But I would be very surprised if there was any substantive evidence that he was a Rush. I think that's a very interesting story, but I think that there's no shortage of things to call David Parker out without having to go down and maybe he belongs to Putin road, just because it's. I mean, the dude's literally on record saying This isn't a war between conservatives and progressives. This is a war between the humans and the anti-humans. This is a war between the people who don't want women making babies. There's no shortage of
terrible things
that's a
that
problem.
he's guilty of.
Yeah, I agree with Nate on that point. I mean, Dwayne Bratt knows the guy. Dwayne Bratt is a political scientist out of Mount Royal University in Calgary, and he has a lot of thoughts on Take Back Alberta. And I would agree with Nate on that David Parker doesn't need any help from Russia to fund Take Back Alberta, to gather the crowds, to spread the message, to fashion the message in any way, shape, or form. I think the point you were trying to make earlier before maybe Paul was, does Take Back Alberta control Danielle Smith, or does Danielle Smith just agree with Take Back Alberta? And I would argue that that's more likely the case. Whether they control, now that's an interesting point. That remains to be seen. They apparently have half of the board seats, the UCP, controlled by Take Back Alberta, sympathizers, supporters, members.
They were endorsed candidates that Take Back Alberta ran at the UCP AGM. There's no ambiguity. There's pictures of David Parker posing in the Take Back Alberta hospitality suite with all of the newly elected board members going, "We did it, victory."
It's the Tea Party.
And their plan is and their plan is to take the rest of the board seats when they come up. It's no coincidence either that they've taken over a number of local riding associations and turfed the members. I think Leela here is one that fell victim to that. Big picture on all of this isn't so much maybe Danielle Smith or Take Back Alberta, but it might be more like or let me back that up a bit. Take Back Alberta will insert itself if they think Danielle Smith isn't towing the party line, their party line. And they will reel her in. And I would argue, depending on the size, if they win tonight, depending on the size of the victory, she's in trouble. And Take Back Alberta, Take Back Alberta will probably lead the charge on that. They will have a serious say in who the next leader of that party is. That's why people like Thomas Lukaszczyk and many, many, many other former progressive conservatives have come out and openly stumped for the NDP in this election, because they know they don't have a party anymore.
The thing is that it becomes a Trojan horse election, right? It's vote for us again and see what you get. I mean, we put Danielle on the ballot, but once the election's over, now you're going to see who you voted for, really.
Well, not even that. I would say the inter-party strife, dysfunction is going to plague these people after this election. Like that's where Notley had a bit of an advantage in this election, where she could say she was the agent of stability, right? And the UCP and Smith are the agent of chaos because they're dysfunctional. Dwayne Bratt's emphatic on this point. They're two distinct political entities trying to make room for each other under the same tent, and there's not room for both of them. And that's where Take Back Alberta comes in, and David Parker comes in to distinctly and for certainty kick these progressive conservatives, these traditional conservatives, out of the way, so they no longer have any control. It's really quite a unique political entity that way, because they're not campaigning in this election as a traditional third-party campaigner, but are taking up billboard signs and advertising and whatnot to try to get people to vote UCP. No, they're expending their resources and their efforts on the ground, trying to actually change the internal workings of the party. And I suspect in good part because they don't want people like Thomas Lukaszczyk or any of these former progressive conservatives, who a number of hardcore right-wingers would argue are nothing more than liberals in sheep's clothing, to have anything to do with the party going down the road. So that's the danger for both Danielle Smith, the UCP, and the government if they form government down the road. They're just going to throw themselves into more of this chaos. And I would suspect Nate's right in this point. If Danielle Smith is deemed to be deviating from their scripture, from how they want things to run, she's in trouble. If we go right down to, and I predict, look, depending on the size of the majority, and I don't suspect to know what's going to happen tonight, but if they win a majority, but it's not that big, I suspect the knives are out for Danielle Smith within a year.
They're already out. I'm not going
plunge themselves back into another leadership race and more internal strife. But
I'm not going to predict the results of tonight's election, and we're
me neither. Me neither.
2 hours from that. But I have no problem saying, and I've said elsewhere, Danielle Smith's got 6 months at tops, absolute tops. And the reality is you can already see who's jockeying for position. Like, it's not a wild coincidence that Brian Jean has all of a sudden embarked on a provincial-wide, look, I'm friends with all the candidates tour. He's spending a lot of time in Edmonton. He's not spending a lot of time in Edmonton because he thinks that there's going to be candidates who win in Edmonton. He's spending a lot of time in Edmonton because he's making sure that he's making friends with those candidates, their databases, all of the people who are supporting those candidates, because he's building the path to a leadership race. It's like the worst kept open secret in Alberta politics right now is that Brian Jean has already started running to be the next UCP leader. And it's important to remember that when we're talking about Brian Jean and Take Back Alberta, he was the first candidate that Take Back Alberta was hanging out with. Back when Take Back Alberta first started to try to get rid of Jason Kenney, his bestie, his right-hand man, Vitor Marciano, held a press conference with David Parker where they talked about, and this is how you steal votes in a leadership race. We're not saying we did it, but this is how you would do it if you were maybe Jason Kenney. I don't know. But they had a whole press conference putting that whole thing together. So it's not at all a stretch of the imagination to say, okay, so Take Back Alberta worked with Brian Jean for a little while at the beginning, and then they switched to Danny, and now Danny's not doing the things that they want them to, and so now they switch back to Brian. I will be shocked if I will eat Arby's if Danielle Smith's lasts longer than 6 months.
Oh, dude,
that's how serious I am.
Oh,
you'll regret that.
Well, and I agree
worked
with him.
there once for a very, 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 very,
I mean, it's not
very
food.
brief period of time.
Technically, I don't think it meets the technical requirements for food.
Well,
I say nothing.
I agree with Nate.
I'm just kidding, Arby's.
I'm kidding.
Please don't
I
sue
agree
me.
with Nate. There hasn't been a single Conservative premier who has filled out or completed his term since Ralph Klein won in pre-2004. Ralph Klein was the last Conservative premier to complete his term. and I don't think it'll be any different here. And even if, like, the only way that saves Danielle's bacon is if she gets such a significant majority, like maybe more than 10 seats. Probably has to be more than 10. Probably has to be more than 15 seats. Convincingly so. So she can shelve some of these people off to the side and not worry about the Take Back Alberta faction of the party or the more right-wing leaning people, so that she can play more to the moderate centrists. I don't know.
But then the question is, would she, if she was given the
Another
option?
question, and who knows? Like, who knows? She's not exactly a centrist moderate. She's just not. It's not. And despite her protestations about all the grainy videos about things she said in the past, well, if she doesn't believe them, then who is she?
She made the comment about the unvaccinated being the most discriminated group against that she'd ever seen in her life at one of her first press conferences at Premier. It's available in high definition on CPAC.
Really? Yeah. I don't remember that, Nate. Remind me. She actually said that? You're kidding. That's crazy.
It's the truth.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wow. Okay.
Anyways, guys, I'm looking at the results, and we are so far away from even having a clue as to how this is going to go, because they have only counted 243,240. Okay, sorry, updated 246,000 votes, with 1.6 million eligible voters. We are a long ways away from knowing which way this worm's going to turn.
3.2 million.
I have some. Yeah, I have different numbers. Yeah, I have 3.2 million registered voters.
Yep.
and 280,000.
3.2. The province only has 4 and change million total.
Yep.
4.7, I think, at last count.
4.7.
Okay.
Yeah, closing
Okay,
in on
well,
5.
then we're even further away than I thought.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Nate, I got a question for you, and I'm just curious what your thoughts are, because you seem to put a lot of thought into this stuff. What do you think of the advanced voting turnout numbers? What does that mean to you? What is your interpretation of that?
That's I mean, I was
Okay.
commenting on this earlier, but the long and the short of it is, I think that the reality is that there's a lot of people who appreciate the convenience of advanced voting. I think there's a lot of people who appreciate the convenience of vote anywhere. I think that, we saw huge numbers in 2019 for advanced voting, and if you extrapolate those numbers out with population growth and eligible voter growth, then the advanced voting numbers are like on par. So I don't think that you can look at I mean, it's 758,000. 758,000. That's a lot of people who are like, I don't want to get in a long line on Monday, but I don't think that it's indicative, given that 2019 numbers were 696,000. I don't think that it's indicative of like a change election. So to me, it's just like. And people also use Amazon.
Right. Except one could make the argument, I'm prognosticating. One could make the argument, those are highly motivated voters.
Sure.
And it's never a good thing for the incumbent party to have high early voting numbers. That's conventional wisdom, right? And from political science viewpoint, it's never a good thing to have high voter turnout. If you're the incumbent party, it's just not. There's very few elections in our history of our country, maybe except for the free trade election of '88, where we had a very high voter turnout and engagement, and the incumbent party won. Right. So I agree with you. Like, it's hard to read that. Like, and there's such a natural voting conservative tendency amongst people in Alberta. How do you place that in the big swing of things? However, anytime there was a change in government, whether it was 2015, 2019, those early voter turnouts and high voter turnout generally didn't spell good news for the incumbent party.
Well, let's
what that means.
Do some back of the napkin math here real quick. So if we go into this is not going to be accurate numbers. We had in this election for advanced polling, based on the number of registered voters, a 23% turnout for advanced polling. Now, I'm just going to talk amongst yourselves. I'm just going to Google over here what the 2019 numbers were, and I'll be back in just a second.
Sounds good.
All right. I know that Mr. Grizzly has to work tomorrow and is fading. I'm just trying to see whether or not I can take over the production mantle before we let him go. But Kit Saucier was asking why the vote counting is so slow. We don't have any reason. Nobody's suggesting that there's anything untoward, just that it's slow, and there doesn't seem to be anything that's computer related or whatnot. So there you go. All right.
Yeah,
It's not the tabulating machines. I'm just going to take myself away from my math here for a second. Nobody get all dominion-y and
no, it's not like that.
No. All right. Okay. It appears that so then I won't be able to do production. Okay. I just don't know how to end the show when we're done.
I'll explain it to you.
Okay.
What you would do right now is you would leave. You would literally log out of the show, shut your browser down, restart your browser, and join the live feed. You'll see Enter Studio. You click on that, you join it, and then at the top of the screen it has a button that says End Stream when you're done.
Okay, so I leave here?
Leave. Close your browser altogether completely. You want to leave here completely.
Okay.
Then relaunch your browser, join Restream. Not the link I sent you earlier, but just go to restream.io.
Okay.
studio.restream.io, and then you should see a login prompt, because it's going to ask for your credentials to log in.
Okay. All right. I will do that. So I'll be right back, kids.
Might take him a minute or two,
Yep.
but
All right.
we'll try and hold down the fort while he does that.
Okie dokie. See you soon.
Okay, bye.
Poof, I'm gone.
There he is. He's gone. Now, and then there were three. I am going to go to bed in a couple minutes, though, because I am fading very, very fast, and I have to be up at 5 a.m., and it is midnight, so it's getting late here. Oh, lost you, Hugh. Can't hear you. Are you muted?
I'm still here.
Yeah, no.
Sorry,
you're
Van.
still
I
here.
just check out for 2 secs. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay, no problem. No problem. How you come with your numbers there, Nate?
I'm just trying to find the problem is that Elections Alberta has put up a new splash page to choose between their old page and the live elections results, and so all of my Google results are not linking to the Elections Alberta website.
I've got the CBC News feed, but it's like just seats to come 0, 51 for UCP and 36 for NDP. But I think these are just predictions. They can't be counted ballots.
No, they're not. They're for sure not. Okay, so there were 2.8 million registered voters, and so right out of the gates, you're talking about a pretty big change in the number of eligible voters, because you're going from 3 point whatever it was down to 2.8. So I don't think that, like, I suspect, just trying to find those. I suspect that if anything, it's held entirely static as a percentage of the overall eligible voters. You know what? I'm just gonna. I have it somewhere.
So, did you see the green room there when you joined?
I
Douglas?
saw. Yeah. Well, I saw a different type of screen than I saw before. Yeah.
If you look at the top of the screen, you'll see where it says end stream, correct?
Nope. There's no end stream on the top of my screen, so I maybe did not go to the right place.
You didn't go to the right place. Oh.
All right. I'll try again.
Okay.
Okay, so there were 696,000 advance votes out of potentially 2.8 million. That was so it was 24% voter turnout for advanced voting in 2019, and it's 23%, give or take, for this year. So of the eligible voters, it's actually a drop for the advanced voter turnout, which is why I say, like, to me, it's just like people use Amazon too.
Right. Well, I'm just gonna
It'll be curious to see whether or not. Sorry, it'll be curious to see whether or not those who came out to the advanced polls, which way they broke. According to a number of pollsters, it broke heavily NDP. But again, percentages of percentages. Yeah. What does that mean? You're talking, even if it broke, let's say 50-40 NDP or what have you, is that enough to overcome, right? The people that turned out on voting day, right? So it's a huge disadvantage for the NDP. Like they really need to get a lot of engagement. And of course, too, we were talking about this before, Nate. The get out the vote machine, and how motivated are they? And how many volunteers have they got? And are they able to get people to the polls? And are they able to translate the support that the pollsters report into actual votes? Like, are they able to? What's the conversion rate? Right? Like, it's a lot of that really makes a big difference, particularly in the tighter ridings, eh?
Well, I think one of the other areas that you have to kind of look at is, like, when we're talking about where can the NDP potentially pick up some ground, we're talking about Calgary. And so a lot of I'm looking at the polls here, 0 out of 10 in McCall, 0 out of 10 in Calgary North, 0 out of 13 in Calgary Pagan, 0 out of 13 in Calgary Shaw. Some of them only have 1 to 3 of the polls reporting. There's a couple of interesting ones. Calgary Edgemont is at almost half of their polls reporting. They've got the NDP in the lead. Calgary Elbow has got coming up to half their polls reporting. They've got the NDP in the lead. Falcon Ridge has the NDP in the lead. So like a lot of the places where there's more of the polls that are turning in numbers, the in Calgary where it's going to matter the most, the NDP are doing quite well. Even in some of like the Calgary McCall, that's going to go NDP. That's just all of the polling indicates that that's the way that it's going to go. Calgary Northwest, there's very few polls reporting on that. Calgary Pagan is another one that's likely supposed to be going NDP. So a lot of the strong NDP seats in Calgary, when we're talking about the leading numbers, a lot of the strong NDP seats in Calgary aren't showing results yet. So
yeah, and some of the ones that are a walk, like Calgary Northeast, show the UCP in the lead, but you take a look at the number of polls or votes counted, like they're barely over 3,200, 3,300.
Yeah.
So, take that to the bank.
Yeah, there's a lot of it's again, the notion that anybody's going to be able to call this in any coherent way. It's not, although, look at Lethbridge West is looking a little interesting because that's where the very bad UCP candidate bailed out of, and currently the NDP are with 9 out of 17 polls. They're ahead by 600 votes. So it's not nothing. That would be a
right. Well, and yeah, and for a second here, I was just looking here too. Yeah, like these results, again, they don't have enough sample size. Maybe in some of them they do. They can call them one way or another. Like West Yellowhead, okay, all of a sudden there's enough votes counted where they've called it for the UCP. But there's a lot that are still, like you said, it's going to be a while. Now, I understand too, Nate, maybe correct me if I'm wrong. This was an election where people can vote from any poll for their riding. Do I understand that correctly?
During the advance voting.
Is that the case through advance voting? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So then, with that, then like it could take. I remember reading something on Elections Alberta website that could take some time.
They're not going to certify the results till June 8th, I think it is. So there will be the ballpark numbers, which will by and large be accurate for the next week and a half. I don't expect that there's going to be a whole lot of change between the numbers we maybe don't see tonight, and the rest of the what will be certified. But I mean, there's certainly some, like Brooks Medicine Hat, man. So, and I say this as somebody who ran in 2019. Boy, the Alberta Party needs to get themselves sorted out, because Brooks Medicine Hat is where the leader of the Alberta Party ran. He was the mayor. That's the constituency that Smith's running in. You can put a fork in that one. I mean, she's got 7,275 votes. The NDP have 2,407, and Barry Morishita, the leader of the Alberta Party, has 720. There's no sorcery that's going to come out of those next 6 polls that haven't reported yet that's going to push that constituency in any direction other than Danielle Smith handily won Brooks Medicine Hat, and Barry Morishita decidedly did not.
With that said, it is going to be interesting to see after this election, because let's be honest. There's a lot of progressive conservatives that didn't have a home that have lent their vote to the NDP. I mean, if we're going to go by anecdotal evidence, right, that's more clearly the case. I can't really gauge their numbers. Like, I don't know how many of those people are. I was just talking with Rich during the show here before we had our production issues that, they don't have a party. and you got to think ostensibly that, you know, they had some candidates in the race for leadership of the UCP, not the least of which would have been Travis Taves. And he got what, 47% of the vote and fell on the last ballot, obviously, to Danielle Smith. Where do those people go? Right? Like, we've got so many conservatives now. The NDP, ironically, have had more conservative endorsements than the Conservative Party. Let's be honest. Where do they go after this? And no one's going to argue that they're going to just stay with the NDP. I think there has to be some outlet for them. And Dwayne Bratt, you know, he keeps pounding this drum a lot too, that these are two distinct entities, political entities with different ideologies and different approaches to politics. They're not really, there's no real home for them under one roof. So where are these folks going to go if they don't stick? I mean, they're not going to stick with the NDP.
I think some of them will. I think some of them will, and I say that because if you take a look at the values of the NDP circa 2023 versus the values of the NDP circa 2015, they have moved wildly to the center. And I think that, you know, a couple of things are potentially going to happen. One of them is going to be, you know, if nothing shifts majorly, the Alberta NDP were not able to get across the finish line, even with Danielle Smith running the UCP. And so one of the conversations that is going to have to happen, and what the outcome of that conversation is, who knows, but one of the conversations that's going to have to happen is going to have to be, so Rachel, what's the plan here? You gonna stay in leader? Is it maybe time for some fresh blood? And there's a lot of people who do feel that, you know, if the NDP are not able to pull out a victory this round, then it is time for some new blood, and that changes the whole equation again, because, you know, my prediction, that's worth nothing, for the record, would be, I can see somebody like Joe Ceci taking the reins. He's Calgarian. He's got history. He's a bona fide NDP cred guy. He's been a cabinet minister. He would be the natural successor if the NDP wanted to pick up some ground in Calgary. And if he was, then, you know, he could reset the culture clock, and he can move the NDP even farther to the center. I mean, I would love in a perfect world if I could just wave a wand and make stuff happen. I would love for the Alberta Party, because they have literally the best brand. I would love for the Alberta Party to be able to get their shit together, but they cannot get out of their own way. They didn't run a provincial campaign not only for lack of candidates, they ran a loose collection of independent candidates. When you take a look at the signage for the Alberta Party, you have to look for the Alberta Party logo. That is not the sign of a party that is in any position to do anything. 750 votes in Brooks Medicine Hat so far. They have to really evaluate. It is stunning to me, given that Barry Morishita is he's about as PC as you can get in rural Alberta. I cannot understand for the life of me why he did not lead the Alberta Party on a hard pivot to say, hey, progressive conservatives, we get that your party has left you. We get that the UCP is no longer your home. That's why our executive director for a good chunk of 2019 to I think it was 2022 was the ex-PC executive director. Come home. Yeah. Come home to the Alberta Party. We've got biscuits. You know, like
I would argue there was an existential crisis though in this election about trying to counter Danielle Smith. And I think there's still some hope within those traditional PCers that they could make the UCP their home again. Like if only they could
That
make
party's
room
going to
for it.
split.
I agree. But let me throw another curveball at you. You mentioned Joe Cece. I thought this before when I listened to a podcast on CBC News about a year plus ago, and I'll put it out there again. I mean, I agree with you. I think if Notley loses, she's done. Like there's I would argue she would even step down tonight. If Smith loses, she'll step down tonight.
No, she won't.
But I would throw a curveball at you, and I would say, you know what? Get out of the way, Joe Cece. Naheed Nenshi is coming up the middle, and he'll take the reins. In fact, I was quite surprised that the NDP weren't able to recruit him for this election.
Well, they kind of did.
They probably, no doubt they tried. I'm curious to know, though, whether Naheed Nenshi, being not so far removed from city politics, perhaps decided his name on the ballot might be a divisive issue in this election, or maybe he just needed a break. But I wouldn't put it past the man to give it sober second thought if there was an opening in the leadership of the NDP to put his name in the hat.
I think
he's quite a capable fellow.
Yeah, and I want to be really clear. I'm in no way denigrating Naheed Nenshi. That being said, I think that one of the problems that you're going to run into with somebody like Naheed Nenshi is he is a remarkable administrator. I think that he did in many ways a good job as mayor of Calgary, a very good job in some circumstances. He got Calgary through the floods. He is not a strong retail politician. And I think that
who is,
I would argue somebody like, here's my thing. I am frustrated that the NDP benched Janice Irwin in the way that they did. I can't think of a press conference, and the NDP had plenty, but I can't think of a press conference that we saw Janice Irwin at during this election. She did a lot of door knocking. She did a lot of, pictures on the socials, as the kids say, for door knocking and for other candidates. But it seems like one of the things that the NDP chose to do, and it escapes me why. And I'm going to drop a little profanity here because I can, because it's not my show.
We're okay with it.
But it seems like the Western Standard went after Janice Irwin. And they went after her hard. They made some really gross allegations on an entirely speculative editorial opinion piece in regards to what would the education minister, Janice Irwin, do? Would she be having, these trans story times in the schools? Would there be kitty litter boxes laid out for the kids who want to be furries? And just leaned into all of the worst tropes. Yeah. And the NDP's response was to say nothing, and then to say, we're not going to take your questions. And what the NDP should have said, in my opinion, if they wanted to really generate some free media, if they really wanted to speak to the youth, what they should have said is, you know what? You're fucking right. If we get elected, Janice Irwin is absolutely going to be the Minister of Education because she is a teacher. She has a bachelor's, I believe, or a master's in education. She has worked in the system. She has seen the inside of the system. So you know what, Western Standard? When we get elected, Janice Irwin is absolutely going to be the education minister because we need to move this province away from backwards bullshit views like yours. Yep. If they had come out and done something like that, okay, yeah, the old people would have been like, oh, I don't know how I feel about that strong language. Mm-hmm. Some of them would have probably liked it, but that would have changed the entire conversation. But instead, they ran away. And that, to me, if you're going to be the party that has, pictures of Rachel Notley in Pride Parade wearing the rainbow dress, you don't get to do that only when it's expedient. You don't get to do that only when it's convenient. To me, and I say this as the straight middle-aged white guy, so if there's anybody who wants to correct me and tell me how wrong I am, fill your boots, please. But to me, if you're going to claim to be an ally, you don't get to do it just when it's easy. You have to say, you know what, motherfuckers? You're absolutely fucking right. We will make her the Minister of Education, because clearly there is some lacking in that department.
Oh, yes.
There's a, what you're alluding to is a certain level of aggressiveness that was missing from the NDP campaign.
Absolutely.
In a number of areas. And you got to wonder, and I mean, hindsight's always 2020, but even during the debate, right? It was like just waiting for Notley to kind of like be aggressive and to throw a left hook, a right hook, a low blow, so to speak. Just trying to pivot and punch. We talked about it earlier when I was on here. She didn't really do that very well. She had a few moments, but not consistent enough. And I think that's sort of exemplary of the rest of the campaign. You have to wonder how much of this is, and again, we will never know, how much of this campaign goes through the talking heads, how much of this campaign strategy goes through the focus groups, the messaging groups, the internal polling that gets done about this message, that message. I suspect a good number of it was that, Notley was riding a fine line herself between, being too aggressive versus being offensive versus being reminding people of the negative elements that maybe people dredge up about her, and trying to avoid that herself. And you're right. Like, you and I are on the same page here, Nate. I absolutely think, like, and same with Rich, I think probably with our two hosts here tonight too, that we would say, can't be aggressive enough. Like, go for it. Like, what are you afraid of? And just deliver those punches, and don't be afraid how they land. Like, just go for it. You're in the right. Do it. Mm-hmm. And I couldn't agree with you more. Like, yeah, like, you don't want her to be education minister? Guess what? She's going to be your education minister. I agree with it. Totally. Go for it. That's a great idea. It could have been way more of that. But again, you have to wonder, and we won't know. Probably someone will write a book about it. Maybe Brian Topp or somebody, God knows.
Well, it's Ray Bratwell for sure.
We'll say, you know what? They'll give us the skinny about how the campaign was handled internally, if it's a failure or if it's a success. And people,
we already know that. We already have the look into that. We saw that during the candidate vetting process, because, I mean, we did multiple episodes on it, including a conversation with the ex-NDP Justice Minister, where they talked about the fact that the biggest problem that exists in the NDP, to their line of reasoning, and quite frankly, with my anecdotal experiences, I would agree with it 100%, is that central command is central command, full stop. And they have this small little nexus of people who run the entire show, and you do not step out of line on that. The vetting that was done for candidates was largely done by two dudes. That's it. That was the ball game. And they were the ones who were determining whether or not people went ahead. And that is, like, here's the question. Do you want to be a politician, or do you want to be a leader? Because if you want to be a leader, then you better fucking lead. And if you want to be a politician and you want to run by focus groups, then don't be surprised when at 10:30 your showing is leading in 35 constituencies.
But that's where
guys. Well, just for a stop, we have to say good night to Mr. Grizzly, because he's got 9 to 5 tomorrow, and we also have a show tomorrow morning. So
at 7 a.m. Yeah.
Yes. So
good luck with you. Good luck.
Thanks. Take care. Thanks for joining, guys.
You're a real trooper, by the way, Paul.
Thanks.
Thanks so much.
That's really the difference here we're talking about, Nate, is that's where Rachel Notley has to rely on her natural political instincts and say, you know what, this is what I think will win, and we're going to go this route, and to discount perhaps some advice she's getting. We don't know. Is she being overmanaged? Is she being overcomplicated strategically? We don't know. We won't know till this is done. I just looked at the results again, and what have we got? Barely 600,000 and change votes counted.
640,000.
Yeah, we are a long ways away.
We don't
from
even
seeing-
have half. We don't even have half the voting places reporting yet.
Right, I'm gonna have to go to bed before I even contemplate what this thing will look like in the morning. Right, like it's so. I guess we're speaking metaphorically, and I don't think Nate and I are being necessarily negative thinkers. But obviously, we're talking about the fallout of a colossal failure on the part of the NDP and what it'll look like for these folks. Either way, well, I would agree on this. Tonight, somebody loses their political career tonight. Somebody will, and it's either going to be Notley or it's going to be Smith. Now, ironically, it could be Notley and then Smith in 6 months. I agree with that too. But that's what we're looking at, and that's fine. I think that's okay, because I think with failure comes an opportunity for renewal too. And with that, the NDP, and again, like, you got to put this into perspective, folks. If we're talking about any other province, well, maybe except for Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan's become kind of a monolithic voting bloc too. But if you take a look at any other province where there is this definitive, viable alternative, it's a different story. But in Alberta, we're talking about overcoming generations of voting tendencies, generations of familial voting behavior. And how do you overcome that? It's not going to happen in one election. It's not going to happen in 2 elections. It's going to happen in 3 elections. It's going to take a couple of generations of alternative voting behavior to finally take root. And I think, regardless of the result tonight, and I'll give them this much, I think the NDP has done a service to that in that regard, because they will have continued to lay the foundation that there is an alternative available, and it at one time was palatable to you, and can be again. And I think that needs to be carried forward. Whoever whoever takes up the mantle and runs with it, whoever the next leader of the NDP or whomever it is, they have that opportunity before them too. It is a tough nut to crack in conservative bastion Alberta. But it's odd because you had David Wallace on the show, and I think he's an interesting character. I really do. I don't know the man really all that well, but if he's anything like my diehard conservative friends in Alberta, who are diehard conservative, they're very idealistic. There's a lot of things which they hold dear. There's a lot of principles by which that they stand by. It's very important to them. And believe it or not, there's actually a lot of congruent ideals between what the NDP and traditional NDP, and by that I go by the tradition of the Tommy Douglas NDP, and conservatives hold as important elements in their belief system. And there is some crossover there. There is that prairie populism that can still get through to that conservative-minded voter. Because there are a lot of things that I think there's some base core beliefs that they both hold on to. Mm-hmm. And it's just a matter of like, how do you put it to voters generally, never mind conservative voters, that those are in fact common interests, right?
Right.
And I've always thought, and maybe I'm crazy because I grew up and I was raised and educated in Alberta, happened to make my career elsewhere, but that's my home. And I've always felt that the key to combating conservatism is to hold it to account for not being conservative and for deviating from those ideals.
Yeah.
And I think there's some common ground that can be built there. Tommy Douglas was emphatic, for example, that we have to keep our finances in order. We cannot be spendthrifts. We have to mind the wallet of the taxpayer, and use the dollars that they provide in efficient and effective ways.
Yes, Hugh, I'm sorry to cut you off. We have another guest ready to arrive. We have Charles Adler who's waiting to join us. Yes. So guests, please just regularly check the private chat screen if you have it, because that's when I let you know that things are coming. Okay. So please, kids and cubs, let's welcome Charles Adler.
How are you?
Hello. How are you, sir?
Did someone say "holy shit" when you said that was coming on?
I believe I heard one.
All right.
I believe that was Hugh, wasn't it? How are you, sir? Welcome.
Not bad. If someone can get the whatever the feedback out of my ear, I'm getting a delay. If there's any way to do that, I'd
Oh
appreciate
yeah,
it.
there's you might have to log in and log out because I see you twice in our green room.
Okay, log out. Okay, I'll log out right now.
Yeah. There we go. How's that? Is that better?
Now
No,
I'll
I see you
join.
only once.
Okay, can you?
Now I see you twice.
All right. I'm still getting the loop.
Yeah, because now
delay.
you're on twice again. So just
Okay,
log
hang
out.
on.
What you
Hang
did?
on, hang on. All right. How about now?
Nope, not yet.
Okay.
Okay, now how's that?
Okay. Okay, you can
Is
see
that better?
me?
Yeah, I can see you. Yeah, I can hear
Okay,
you.
fine. I can't see much on the screen, but if you're getting me, that's fine.
Oh, you can't see?
I don't see the guys on the screen with what I'm looking at right now.
Oh,
I hear you. I hear
okay,
you, and I'm not getting any feedback, but I'm just not seeing you. I can only see you if I hit join.
In my case, that might be a mercy, Charles, because I'm really not that pretty.
All right.
Okay, hold on. Let me try to log you in on the second one and take you off on this one. How's about that?
All right. Hang on. Let me see here.
I don't know why you're here twice for some reason.
Well, he's just that good.
Yeah.
Well,
He's
there's
so
some.
nice. We had to have him on twice.
There's some breaking.
Oh, please.
Going on. So CBC's reporting. If we're going to do an Alberta election, let's do an Alberta election. CBC is reporting that Elections Alberta said most of their automated tabulators have broken down.
Woo!
Oh.
Can you hear
Which
me?
is why there's only a small percentage of the advanced polling numbers showing.
That's
Can you hear
awesome.
me?
2 more weeks, folks.
Yes.
2 more weeks.
Okay, good.
Can
It's
you
all
hear
good
us
now.
and see us?
Pardon me for being a technical lightweight.
No, I don't know what it was. Is I see you. It was the green room. You appeared once and then you appeared again. It's like, how did he manage to log in twice?
I still find this whole thing a miracle that someone like me can bumble my way into the podcast without a whole lot of other engineering. Anyway, it's great to see you guys. It is not a great night for democracy.
No,
obviously. All of you have done a great job of covering it. We'll no doubt learn a lot in the next couple of days about what is relevant to the public and what is relevant to those of us who do what we're doing right now. But clearly, there is a huge disconnect. It's fair to say, even before we do all of the research that needs to be done, that all of the stories about Danielle Smith, what she said recently as a premier, what she said recently as a party leader, as a candidate for the party, what she said on talk radio and podcasts, whatever, it clearly doesn't matter to enough Albertans who simply vote blue. They've always voted blue. They will always vote blue. You can run a toaster. You can run a car. You can run Danielle Smith. It doesn't matter. They don't give a darn. And it does remind me, and sometimes I say to myself, Chuck, you should know better. I've lived in Alberta 3 times, and I personally have not cared at all when I lived in Alberta about provincial politics, and I too just voted blue. So, do we now think that life has changed for the average blue voter? Probably not. If I had never left Alberta and I were resident right now, listening to the same old Danielle Smith stuff that we've been talking about, how much would it influence me? I'd like to think that it would influence me. I'd like to think I would have taken a risk on Notley, but I have to be brutally honest because that's my brand. I don't know. I have a feeling. That if I were still living in Calgary, all 3 times I lived in Calgary, Southwest, and one time in Southeast, but the tier that had to be broken, the tier that had to change for the NDP to have a chance. If I were still living there, I remember the last time I was living just very, very close to South Center, the big mall. And if I were just, talking to my neighbors, all my neighbors, as I did back then, we might have concluded that the Danielle Smith crazy stuff is boring. We can't trust the NDP, and there you go. I have to be honest with you. I might have been the same. It's possible that in the bubble I put myself in, where I'm only paying attention to all of the things that we've been talking about, that I end up taking them more seriously than the average voter. And this is not me trying to be condescending to the average voter. I'm simply trying to be as realistic as possible, that many conservative voters, myself included, never cared who the leader was when I lived there. Maybe that would be the case now. Maybe. Best I can do.
Yeah. I hear you there.
So here's some silver linings at the end of the tunnel. When we're talking about what the total votes are so far, there are just under 500,000 election day votes that have been counted, as opposed to 281,000 advance votes that have been counting. Somewhere between, depending on whose reporting you look at, there's only 67 of the advance polls that have counted votes, or 72, 5 either way. But that still leaves 180 of the polling stations for the advanced polling that saw 700,000 votes cast that have not been counted yet. So what you were kind of talking about earlier there, Hugh, I mean, this thing could well be far from done. I'd also like to just take a moment to celebrate the fact that, looking at the polls that have reported for a constituency that I personally was watching closely because I am not a fan of the current MLA, Calgary-Currie has 12 out of 14 polls reporting, and S Club's gone.
Wow, that's
Nick Milliken's toastos.
Where's Calgary-Currie located, my friend?
It's right in the belt line, so it's getting close to that Glenmore, just south of Glenmore area, where things are going to potentially impact things. But the fact that the tabulators for the early voting are only showing literally, let me just double check here, like a third of the total numbers for the advanced voting, which, as you said, Hugh, those are the most engaged voters. I wouldn't stick a fork in this yet by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, listen, I want you to be right. I want to be dead wrong, and maybe I am too conventional when it comes to, in Alberta right now, it's almost 11:15. It's almost 10:45, and I guess it's very easy to put my mindset back all those years where I was based in Alberta. We generally by 8:30 knew what the result was, and you would think at 10:40. So once context matters, and I don't disagree with what you're saying about what's been counted. This whole thing has been a cluster tonight as far as elections Alberta is concerned. It's hard to believe with all of the tech people, just the ones I personally know in Alberta. The fact is Alberta has cutting edge people in every aspect of technology, including election technology. So why they are not brought to bear, it almost seems like the political environment, period. You've got some of the smartest people in Canada in Alberta, but they don't seem to show up for the most part in the Alberta legislature. That's always been the biggest joke in Alberta. Smart people don't run for office, and in general, they run for business, as it were. So is it possible that Notley will pull it out of the fire at some point? I guess technically you can make the case, but right now, I'm looking at the screen, UCP leading or elected in 52, NDP 35. At this point, you're looking for a miracle.
Yep. Just some results here. I'm seeing that in Red Deer South, the UCP's Jason Stefan has been declared elected, and Danielle Smith has been declared elected in her riding as well.
Nate did mention that Elections Alberta has had a bit of a technical difficulties tonight in reporting these results, and that's why they've been trickling in to this point. Some of these ridings only show maybe a couple thousand votes. And we know it's just a fraction of the polls that we would expect. Hopefully by now, you would think it's almost coming up 3 hours past the closing. But again, like, oh, man, who knows where it's going to go? I think it's going to be a nail biter past midnight, obviously, tonight. Is there hope yet? I don't know. I look at the screen and, I think conventional wisdom was the NDP needs to carry 17, 18 Calgary seats to have a sniff of it. And then they also need to make some inroads in the donut outside of Edmonton. And right now that's not looking very likely. Having said that, taking a look at Morinville, St. Albert, for example, it's 51% to 46% for the UCP. What is it? A grand total of 20,700 votes counted. How many is that? We don't know. Obviously, they need to improve in places like that. They need to win in places like Banff, Kananaskis. They need to win in maybe Lethbridge West as well. Banff, Kananaskis, right now, the way it's going, it looks like it's UCP land. But there's only about, again, 7,000 votes counted.
Yeah, like I'm looking at some of the Calgary ones, the ones that are really going to be the deciding factors. Calgary Edgemont, without knowing what the advanced numbers are, knowing that we have only about 30% of the advanced numbers, the difference with 14 out of 15 of the polls today counted is like 400 votes.
Yeah,
like this
that's
is
close.
with us missing 500,000 votes, especially when we know that a lot of the early voting did happen in the major centers. Until Elections Alberta gets their tabulator situation figured out, there's going to be no way to say
I don't think anyone's going to be declaring victory tonight. The way it's going, like we're getting late.
I wouldn't want to be the party that did, because if those
exactly.
those advanced votes come in and it's like, just kidding.
Yeah.
And yes, I'll take the correction from the chat there. They're not missing votes. They're just not counted yet.
Yes.
My apologies.
And
right.
Well, we might as well reschedule this, guys, for 4:00 in the morning.
Yeah, really.
I'm not being sarcastic. I'm just saying that I exposed my eyeballs to about an hour of the networks, all three of them, CTV, CBC, Global, and I was just embarrassed for all of these people. I mean, I know just about every one of them. And I know, the producers are in their ears doing what I would probably do if I were a producer, saying, take this seriously, analyze. I know you've got, just a few bushels of votes, but you got to, smile for the camera, and it's show business, and you have to take it. Sorry,
we're doing it.
Yeah, but we're not. We're a little more. I think we're a little more realistic because we're podcasters now, but
but I mean, we've been talking for like close to 3 hours.
I know.
We don't have a million votes. Like we've had.
I know, but we're not pretending that. Well, anyway, I don't want to argue about it. I just know that there's much more happy talk on the networks than there is on this podcast. Okay.
And on that point, Charles, a little silver lining, if you can call it. We are.
Whoops.
Almost 3 hours past the closing of the polls. Doesn't sound like a typical Alberta election to me. Just putting that out there.
Yep.
Well, the big story tonight has nothing to do with the UCP or the NDP. The big story tonight is that Elections Alberta has really, really messed up. They have embarrassed the province of Alberta. The story was supposed to be Danielle Smith has embarrassed the province of Alberta. Danielle Smith is, for a few hours off the hook because there's an organization in Alberta that appears to be, much less competent than the current premier, and I guess that's a good thing for her. But as I say, having sort of taking the conversation to this level, history won't give a damn about what any of us are saying right now. We're filling time.
Yeah. In Rimby Rocky Mountain House Sundry, I believe it would be called. I might be pronouncing that wrong because I'm not local.
Sundry's right.
Jason Nixon has been declared elected there.
Wow.
Oh, I want to see that one. Because that's a spicy little riding, that is.
Well, it is. However, just looking at the results from there, Nate, Nixon won with 71% of the vote. So Tim Hoven, who was the Take Back Alberta candidate in that riding, who tried and failed to become the UCP nominee, got kicked out of the nominee process. He only finished with 15.3% of the vote. Well, as it stands, so I know there'll be more votes to come in, but that seems like quite a significant walloping on his part.
I'm actually surprised.
Yeah, me
and
too.
that's another one where I want to see what the advanced voting numbers are for that constituency are, because I mean, for the number of votes Tim Hoven's got, he got more people out to the UCP AGM than he was able to get out to vote for him.
Wow.
Right. And Nixon was despised by Take Back Alberta agents in that riding in particular.
Is there anybody who's like, you know who's great? That Jason Nixon guy. Like, is that something that people have said other than Jason Kenney? Because I haven't seen it.
That is not a usual moniker that Jason Nixon carries with him. Boy, I really like that guy. Mr. Nice Guy, yeah.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Most of them are doughheads. I mean, people are just voting for the color. I mean, regardless of how many votes we've got counted, I mean, it's clear from the trend that the blue voters are voting blue and the orange voters are voting orange.
Yep.
And on
in
that
St.
point,
in St. Albert, Marie Renault from the NDP has been declared elected, and in Vermilion, Lloydminster Wainwright, Garth Roswell from the UCP has been declared elected.
That's not a surprise, Deborah, on either.
Okay.
My question for Charles is, it kind of came up before because Mr. Wallace was a guest on the show prior to you joining. But my question to you is, like, what do these traditional conservative voters, where do they go after this? Like, my question is, like, obviously they've lent their vote to a number of them have lent their vote to the NDP in this election. Where do they go after this? Because ostensibly the UCP, let's presume that they win a majority. Let's presume Smith continues on. As
let's just put our cards on the table. Regardless of how you look at the numbers, how many numbers have come in, the cluster muck from Elections Canada, the UCP is winning this, and yes, they're winning a majority tonight. That's what's happening.
Right, but where do those traditional PC voters go that used to have a home under the UCP tent?
Well, the question is the same as has been asked of people like me. I get this all the time. I'm a small C conservative. I haven't voted for the federal Conservatives in a few elections. I keep waiting for them to, install a leader that I can be comfortable with. That's not happening. And so, I end up just being a dinosaur because many people who have been voting the way I have, many of them are no longer with us. And people who are in their 20s and 30s and 40s are not interested in Uncle Chuck talking about, the olden days. I don't want to talk about the olden days. And in my real life, I don't talk about the olden days. And I have very little time for people who want to waste my time. I want to live in the now. And so we can ask the question now, where do people like me go? Nowhere. There are fewer and fewer people like me. And so the question becomes less and less relevant. I mean, I get that it was an interesting wrinkle in the campaign, but let me tell you something. 4 years from now, I am not interested in being asked, well, you used to vote for the PCs 20 years ago. What are you doing now? What am I doing? I'm playing poker. I'm talking to my buds. I'm having coffee. I'm doing podcasts. I'm writing columns. I'm living in the now, and it's becoming increasingly irrelevant to me. Okay, never mind. It's becoming irrelevant to me what I used to do 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and 20 years ago. The PCs in this country are dead. They're dead in Alberta. They're dead in Ontario. They can call themselves PCs. They're not. They're certainly dead nationally. Nationally, they've got a different name. They've got the CPC. It doesn't matter what the names are. Progressive conservatism in Canada is gone. It's gone. And it's time to just put it in an urn. Put the urn in the museum and simply say, it was nice knowing you.
Right.
Well, three more results for you. In West Yellowhead, Martin Long from the UCP has been declared elected. In Calgary Curry, Janet Eremenko has been declared elected from the NDP. And in Calgary, Hayes, Rick McIver of the UCP has been declared elected. There you go. Charles, I was wondering, in the, because yes, you're right, the Progressive Conservative Party and the Progressive Conservative voter is pretty much homeless, and you've got, I'm bringing it to Toronto, but in the mayor's race for Toronto, you have Bonnie Crombie, who's turning around and saying that the Liberals maybe need to make a turn to the center right. What is your thinking that if the parties that are calling themselves conservative keep on taking yet another step to the right, is it possible for a party like the Liberal Party to almost spread to cover center right and center left, or does that just lead to, I'm basically saying, if one side's taking a step to the left and the other party's taking a step to the right and everybody's abandoning the center, how far, to use an expression, can the Liberals manspread to be able to occupy both sides?
Well, I totally get where Bonnie Crombie is coming from, and I voted Liberal the last few times federally because, as I say, I felt abandoned by the Progressive Conservatives. So I did what so many other Progressive Conservatives did. I go to the left. There's only so far I can go. I can't go to the NDP. That's why some of this Alberta business in the last few weeks have been difficult. Yes, I endorsed Rachel Notley, but when people said, "So what do you like about the NDP?" I just kept saying, "I endorse Rachel Notley because she's not Danielle Smith." That doesn't even sound all that intelligent to my ear, but that's the best I can do. So I'm not an NDPer, not nationally, not provincially. And so what do I do if the Conservative Party of Canada keeps moving farther and farther to the right? The only way for many of us to feel more comfortable with the Liberals is if they move to the right a little bit. If the Liberals want to move to the left, then yeah, I'm really an orphan, or I may vote for them, and but not vote for them enthusiastically. And as far as this idea that there are millions and millions of people in the center, there are a lot of people who will dispute that. A lot of people will say, no, in today's society, let's take the people who are between the ages of 25 and 55. Okay, that's where most of the voters are, between 25 and 50. So between 25 and 55, the more we have the kind of trends that we're having right now, where the parties of the right are going further to the right, the parties who are leaning left go further to the left. The chances are those people between 25 and 55 get pretty used to it, and we end up with what much of history has given us. And many parts of the world over the years, people are just automatically with the right-wing party or the left-wing party, and it goes on for generations. That may be what we're seeing right now. This may be the maturing, if you will, of Canada, and we may be becoming like those mature countries in Europe. I'm not happy about that. But once again, the way I see my role, my public role especially, is to be as brutally honest as possible and to be as close to publicly what I am privately. And it's easy for me to use the crutch, well, I'm a political orphan, I'm politically homeless. That doesn't mean anything, because I always vote. So I always vote for somebody. And as I say, federally, in the last couple of goes, I've been voting for the Liberals. What will I do the next time? Well, it's pretty simple. If Poilievre remains Poilievre, chances are I'll vote for Trudeau. And all of the people who hate Trudeau will then hate on me and say I'm a shill for Trudeau and whatever. I mean, I don't care, because much of that stuff on social media doesn't represent any reality to me. People in my real life don't talk that way. But will the Liberals be forced to move to the right a little bit? It's entirely possible that the NDP will move a little bit right and the Liberals will move a little bit right, because remember, all of these parties have to find an electorate, and they can't live in nostalgia days. So has Bonnie Crombie, is she pointing to something that's quite realistic? I take her very seriously. She happens to be also the daughter of someone who I always took very, very seriously. We called him the tiny perfect mayor at one time. David Crombie. Very, very good instincts for common people, real people. Bonnie Crombie has those same sorts of instincts. So will the Liberal Party move a little bit to the right? Possibly. Will the NDP move a little bit to the right? Possibly. If you look at what's been happening in Alberta for the last few weeks, you'd have to say that Rachel Notley was moving to the right. I mean, she wasn't exactly rolling out a socialist program. She wasn't rolling out much of a program at all. So it's entirely possible that everything that we've been talking about for the last couple of years about the hard right, it's entirely possible that one thing that has been achieved by the hard right is they may have forced the other parties to seriously consider moving to the right. Now, the hard right may see that as a great big victory. I don't know. I don't like to give the hard right any victories at all. That's my emotions talking. But the substance of it, okay, if I just look at it in a hard-headed way, there's no doubt that more people than ever before in my lifetime are now attracted to the hard right. And if you want to compete with them, you've got to do a few things to survive and perhaps even thrive. And that may be moving to the right. And maybe that's what we will be learning tonight in Alberta. Maybe that's one of the things that we'll have to learn. And I'm telling you, if there were an election right now federally, does anyone at this table doubt if there was an election right now federally that Pierre Poilievre would have a very good chance of winning? And if he did win, we would, whether we do it grudgingly or not, we'd be saying, well, maybe the Liberals are just too far left.
I do not doubt that for 1 second at all. A couple more results coming in. In Calgary Mountain View, Kathleen Ganley from the NDP has been declared elected. In Calgary Lougheed, Eric Bouchard of the UCP has been declared elected. In Edmonton Centre, David Shepherd from the NDP has been elected. Sorry, Eric Bouchard's the UCP. Sorry, my mistake there. In Edmonton Ellerslie, Rod Loyola of the NDP has been elected. In Edmonton Highlands, I don't know what the end. Norwood, sorry, Janice Irwin has been declared elected. And in Edmonton Meadows, Jasvir Diol has been elected. And in Livingstone McLeod, Chelsea Petrovich has been declared elected.
And the polls have been closed for 3 hours, and the spread is still 52 UCP to 35 for the NDP. So I'm not here trying to ring bells and sound sirens and alarms and say, you know, I'm calling it for this or I'm calling for that. I don't believe in much of that stuff anyway. But the people can see the screens for themselves, and they can see where the trends are. And one can explain about advanced polls and Elections Alberta and all of that. But it's really hard to believe. I'm not asking anyone to agree with me. I'm just doing what I do. I'm just thinking out loud here. It's really hard at 11:02 Mountain Time, 3 hours and 2 minutes after the polls have closed, to look at this and not call it a significant trend.
Yeah. We have over 1 million valid votes cast at the moment now, and 70% of voting places reporting something at the moment.
Yep. Where she goes.
Man. There she goes. Yeah.
But like we were talking about before, this isn't the end of the strife within the UCP party. This is like 50. How many votes? How many seats we have here for
total.
the UCP? 52. That is not a fantastic majority. Ralph Klein got turfed when he won 62 seats in 2004 because they didn't think that was enough. And again, like we talked about it on the show, the knives might be out for this woman. Nate predicts within 6 months. He might be right, but who replaces her is the wild card, right? Who knows? It's hard to see that far down the road. And then for the NDP, you know, if Notley loses tonight, there's no doubt she's done. She's gonna submit a resignation tonight, I suspect, if they've lost, or shortly thereafter. You know, some certainty in the results have come in, and then it's time for a new chapter, and perhaps opportunity for a new leader. Where that goes in Alberta, who knows, right? So,
Well, the thing that's difficult about Alberta is that for years, people like me have said the only way the blue team loses is if they beat themselves. And so here we've had we've had a good look in the last couple of months at the blue team looking like it's beating itself. Guess what? They didn't.
Not hard enough.
They what do you want them to do? I mean, how much lower can their behavior be than what we've seen in the last couple of months? And the voters are clearly not punishing them. Well, are they getting the Ralph Klein total? Are they getting the Don Getty total or the Peter Loughy total? No, they're not. But a majority is a majority. A W is a W.
Right. Except that I would argue that, the voters don't have two different parties to vote for this time. They don't have two conservative options like they did in 2012. They didn't have two conservative options like they did in 2015. They only have one, but it's a tenuous relationship at best. Right? Like Dwayne Bratt's been emphatic on this about this is two different, distinct, politically differentiated groups within one tent called the UCP, hardly united. And so then we talked about it before you joined the show tonight too, about the role Take Back Alberta plays in all this and the continuing role they're going to have and the influence they're going to have on the outcomes of memberships on the boards of directors, on the riding associations, on who gets to become a candidate, what the policies might be, what the premier might think. This is going to be an ongoing saga within this party, and it's going to continue to be points of division within them. So, I wasn't trying to poke you when I asked you, where do you think?
I don't feel poked at all. It does. My only point is, I have said all the things that you're saying. I can't, the Take Back Alberta, to me, is taking Alberta, back to the Afghanistan under the Taliban. I mean, I've said all of that, okay? So I'm not a fan of Take Back Alberta. I'm not a fan of the current UCP. I'm not a fan of any of it. New Year's Eve, I endorsed Rachel Notley. Some people thought I was out of my mind. I may be out of my mind, but I saw Rachel Notley as the only opportunity to get the Conservatives out of this ditch and to have them regroup and possibly become a little more progressive, a little more human. And that is not happening here. So whether we talk about Take Back Alberta, UCP, whether it's Danielle Smith, Brian Jean, or someone else, the point is their vote is based on one fact. They are not the NDP. You might as well just call them the not NDP party. And not being NDP gets you a majority in Alberta. It always has. The anomaly of what happened a few years ago when the vote was split is an anomaly. Anyone, if people don't understand the term anomaly, they can look it up. Anomaly means that one don't count.
More results in Camrose. Jackie Lovely from the UCP has been declared elected. In Airdrie East, Angela Pitt has been declared elected, also UCP. In Airdrie Cochrane, also UCP. Peter Guthrie has been declared elected. In Edmonton Strathcona, leader Rachel Notley has been confirmed elected. In Edmonton South, Rhiannon Hoyle has been declared elected, also NDP. In Edmonton Rutherford, Jody Kalu Stonehouse has been declared elected, and in Edmonton Riverview, Laurie Sigurdsson has been declared elected. Ah, man.
There's some
What do you see,
interesting
Nate?
stuff going on here, though. I mean, I don't disagree with anything Charles said there. But when, they've broken down on the Elections Alberta page, they've broken down what constituencies the advanced voting, and some of the advanced voting numbers are huge. Like, I'm just looking at from the constituency that I live in, almost 12,000 votes were cast in advanced voting. It's not a small number, and we're basically Airdrie, so nobody's driving to Calgary Northeast to do their advanced voting. But there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 constituencies in Calgary that are very much like Calgary Bow. There's a difference of 300 votes right now. They're still missing a bunch of the advanced voting. That one's currently been called for the UCP. Calgary Cross is another one that's currently been called for the UCP, and it has none of its advanced voting. Calgary Elbow is missing a bunch of advanced voting. The NDP just pulled ahead on that there. So Calgary Foothills, again, a difference of 200 votes. They don't have their advanced voting in. And Calgary West is another one that, I mean, they've got no votes reporting out of anything.
CBC has just called it, guys. CBC has just called UCP majority.
Well, there you have it, kits. Oh, man.
It's going to be interesting to see how the results, like, and again, this is the big question that I'm curious about.
Yep.
And to Michelle, yes, you do have to drink every time I say missing. That's
for those people who are missing the joke, Nate, tell everyone what you're talking about.
I have been saying missing votes in the sense of they haven't been counted yet, and I have been corrected on that I think 3 times now, and I'm tired, so I keep saying they're missing these votes, and it's not that they're missing. I'm sure they know where they all are. They just haven't figured out
uncounted votes.
Uncounted
votes.
But if you haven't been drinking aggressively for the evening so far, now's a good time to start. But one of the things like that I'm really interested in seeing is right now the UCP are sitting with, according to Elections Alberta, they're ahead in 52 constituencies. I just listed off 5 there that could change very, very easily. And the weakness that I see for Danielle Smith is the smaller her majority is, the more vulnerable she becomes. And the more seats, I mean, the NDP had 24 in 2019. They're up to 35.
23.
Was it 23? So they've gained 11, 12 seats.
Yeah, and if you take it in percentage terms, I mean, people can do the math. If the NDP go from 23 to 36 in percentage terms, that's a lot of growth, and they can declare a moral victory. And yes, will Danielle Smith be hearing footsteps? She would hear footsteps every day, no matter how many seats she won. But yes, she'll be hearing footsteps like as of tomorrow. And the question, of course, for the folks is, what difference will that make? The UCP still has a mandate for 4 years. They could go through 3 different leadership changes between now and 4 years
Right.
now. It's still the train is still the UCP train.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Right. According to Craig Baird of Canadian History A, he says, with the UCP leading or elected in 52 ridings, that is the lowest total of seats for a ruling party since 1993 when the PCs won 51. It's the 3rd lowest since 52 if they win with that number of seats. So if they lose like 4 or 5, like you say, in the Calgary area, because they're so close as the advance comes in, those... it may even be fewer than 6.
And
votes.
remember, one of the reasons that they're lower has nothing to do with Danielle Smith. It's the fact that the other parties aren't getting squat. And
Right.
the other parties, whether you call it the Alberta Party, the Liberal Party, other parties, were always helpful to the UPC winning, because the UP, or they weren't called UPC, but they were called the PCs. The anti-PC vote would get split among 2 or 3 or 4 parties, and that's not happening anymore. It's a bipolar system. It's a binary system. And so naturally, all the votes that are not conservative votes, almost all of them are being sopped up by the NDP. And naturally, it causes a situation where the Conservatives win fewer. That has nothing to do with Danielle Smith. In a 2-party system, the Conservatives are not going to have as many seats as they would in a 4 or 5-party system. So that's really the political science tutorial on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Alberta Party just got shellacked.
Really.
Brooks Medicine Hat has all their advanced polls reporting. They have all of their today polls reporting. Danielle Smith got something like 12,000 votes. Like she crushed it out there, and
The Alberta Party doesn't even have 1% of the total vote cast.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Danielle Smith got 13,236 votes. Barry Morishita, who was the mayor, like I said earlier, of Brooks Medicine Hat, is his home turf. Danielle Smith doesn't even live there. And he got 1,228 votes. He's the leader of the Alberta Party.
But they were a PC project that failed to launch too. right? Like they just never caught
Yeah.
on, and they waffled, right? Like they changed leaders, they kind of changed policies a few times. Nobody really understood them. I would argue. Never mind financially backed them, and again, this was such a polarizing election. We had two polarizing leaders, I would argue, and that's what it came down to. And if I read between the lines what Charles has said, we had two polarizing leaders, and the fight was won, only by one of them, and that's the way it went. And I think a lot of people, even on the right, voted accordingly, right? Whether it was pro UCP or pro NDP, depending on which leader they liked or didn't like, and that's how it ended up breaking, right? If we're going to call it that way. So the Alberta Party got crushed because, well, they didn't have a dog in the fight, number one. And number two is they weren't part of this bipolar division. They weren't part of that equation. Who knows what the future holds?
Looks like Shandy's toast too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Whoa, that's interesting. I guess it didn't pay to tell the truth to the ethics commissioner.
Well, or piss off all of the doctors in the province.
That too.
Probably didn't help.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that didn't help either. Interesting thing, according to the Alberta elections website, the number of registered voters, which when we said at the beginning of the show was at 3 million, something, that's decreased to 2.8 for some reason. I don't know how we lost 500,000 registered voters.
I think
over the course of the
it
year.
was
Does that mean they're missing or not counted, or they never existed?
Missing voters.
Which box are we checking off?
I'll take that one.
Everybody drink.
But I'll tell you, I have not seen a screen paralyzed like this for a long time. For over 35 minutes, it's been 52 for the UCP, 35 for the NDP. So talk about polarization. It's just, and I realized we could talk about the uncounted this and the uncounted that, but this thing is kind of over.
Yep. And it looks like the polling was pretty much okay, because according to 338 Canada, which is the poll aggregator, popular vote projection was 51% UCP, 45% NDP, and if I'm rounding, we have 44% NDP, 53% UCP.
Yep.
So this won't be a night where people are saying the pollsters don't know what they're doing, and they didn't ask me. How often have you heard that? They didn't ask me.
Right.
Polling is a science, and generally when you bet on science, you generally win. I would tell anybody that, no matter whether we're talking about polling, vaccines, don't bet against science.
Haha. And on that point, I want to say thanks, guys, for having me tonight. I'm going to check out. It was a pleasure being here with you, and an honor, Mr. Adler and Nate. Thank you very much, and Douglas, and give my regards to Paul, and all the best to you folks. And we'll have to do a kind of a breakdown show later about the results and what it might be.
You said breakdown.
That's 2 drinks.
No pun intended. No pun intended. Well, Nate will have to be part of that show now.
Hugh, thank you. Great meeting you. As you can tell, I'm a bit of an obnoxious Eastern bastard.
What?
I've been that's how.
Aren't you from Manitoba?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Well, there you go.
I'm originally from Eastern Europe, So anyway, I'm kidding a little bit, tongue's a bit in my cheek. But so many people in the West over the years, when I get a little bit in people's grills and my language tends to be a little vivid, they say, "Oh, you're an Easterner, aren't you? You're not as down home and warm and friendly as the rest of us out here." I love down home and friendly, but when people are asking me to lay it on the line, I guess I still go back to my core, and my core is my core is my core, and I like to tell the truth, and I like to tell it in an unvarnished, unnuanced way. I can spell nuance, but I don't believe in nuance. And unfortunately, we don't like the truth tonight. But it's not our choice to like it or not like it. I feel this my values. Okay, it's our obligation to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Agreed, and well put. And You know what? One of these days, I'd like to reserve the right to have you on our show, sir.
You bet.
All right. All the best to you guys, and have a good
And-
night. And hopefully you can sleep in because it's really late for you there, Douglas. So all the best.
Yeah, I would like to, but duty calls. Duty
Okay.
calls.
Thank you,
Please
guys.
give our best
Thank you,
to
guys, again. It's a
Richard
privilege and an honor, and it's been great. And thanks for letting me have a chance to be on your show. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, and please give our best to Richard. Sorry he was having some trouble and he couldn't participate as much as he wanted to, but
Some
we
technical
appreciate that he
difficulties.
made the
Yeah.
effort.
All right.
Here's
Take
another
care,
one.
guys.
Sweet orange dreams to you, Mr. Gordon.
Yeah, I'll try. Bye.
Medu's toast.
Well, thank whoever.
Yeah, right. I
for
mean, I
small
don't
mercy.
disagree with you, but it's nice to be able to say it out loud.
Was you a little ticked off with me because I wished him sweet orange dreams?
No,
Yeah.
I didn't perceive that at all. All right. Well, I don't think we're probably going to get that much more tonight. If it's been declared and the votes are coming in that slowly, that we won't see whether or not how thin the majority is. So to both of you, I will ask you if you have some final thoughts to close us off. Nate?
I mean, I have two. I think that one of the biggest conversations that we need to have in this province. I mean, this is my home. This is where I've lived my entire life, and if you take a look at which conservatives got elected tonight, we're talking about the conservatives that are definitely to the right of where the UCP was. So this isn't just the 2019 retread of the UCP. The Overton window has definitely moved significantly farther to the right, and this is something that we are going to have to contend with in a big way in this province, because at the end of the day, one of the things that I am most fundamentally concerned with, I had a conversation with a friend today where I was talking about this, and a UCP majority, yeah, it sucks. There's going to be bad things that happen. Danielle Smith is premier again. That sucks. There's going to be bad things that happen. But the thing that scares me, that legitimately scares me, is the fact that this party and this leader and Take Back Alberta and the whole Jolly Pirate Nixon bunch of them are doing something far more dangerous than making bad legislation. They're emboldening the worst of people. And, I had in this conversation, I talked about, the Artur Pawlowski is not the end point of this emboldening. Danielle Smith is not the end point of this emboldening. The end point of this emboldening, and this is what I'm legitimately afraid of. I'm going to use some graphic language here, and I apologize to anybody that, like trigger warning or whatever. The end point of this emboldening is people being tied to posts and being lit on fire. And we are not far from that. When you take a look at the rise in hate crimes in this province, there is an emboldening that is very much happening. And it really, that's what scares me more than anything else, because the voices that are willing to come out and clearly condemn that don't exist in our provincial leadership right now. And that scares me more than anything. And the other second point is I just really hope that they get around to counting all those missing votes.
Oh, drink.
I had to end
I have
with
a feeling
that. I had to end with that.
I have a feeling what you said about the first one about tying people to posts. You said that, and like the chorus of "Take Me to Church" by Hozier just like rang in my ears.
It's happened. It's happened. I mean, you take a look at how First Nations people have been treated in this country and in this province. It was just last year that 2 men were found guilty because they saw 2 native-looking guys. They were Métis, but they saw 2 native-looking guys drive by their property, and on the basis of nothing more than they drove by the property, they went out, hunted them down, and shot them.
Ahmaud Arbery, Canadian version.
This happens. And there's not, it is beyond my comprehension how Danielle Smith can have Jennifer Johnson in any way affiliated with the UCP and not have, she said, well, she won't sit in caucus. That's not the language that I want to hear from somebody who is going to be leading a province when we're talking about somebody who compared kids to feces. The language that I want to hear is she's never going to get anywhere near caucus ever. We are going to put her at the very, very back of the legislature, and she's not going. We will not tolerate anything like that rhetoric. And you can be damn sure that in 4 more years or whenever the next election is, she's not getting her nomination paper signed. Over my dead body will she get her nomination paper signed again. That's the language that I want to hear, and it's what's missing.
Yep. I completely concur. Charles, impressions?
Well, it's a disappointment. I was saying earlier today with my bud Ryan Jesperson that democracy is on the line, and that if we don't get democracy to win, in this case, I meant specifically if Rachel Notley loses, I used some of the language that was just used by Nate, that it empowers the thugs. It empowers the bad guys to do things that they haven't yet done very much of. There'll be more of it. You have to have a person in power who is seen not as a Captain Chaos candidate, because thugs love chaos. That's just the way it is. You look at the history of the world, it doesn't matter whether they're called far left thugs or far right thugs, they love chaos. Right. And when you get chaos, what you generally get is a population that wants to give a leader even more power to do whatever it takes, including putting the pause button on democracy in order to clean up the chaos. So if you're an extremist, once again, left or right, tonight is a really good night. And I realize we don't hear very much from the far left these days, but there are people on the far left who did not want someone like Rachel Notley to win. As far as they were concerned, yep. She's way, way, way too close to the right wing for them. They want a situation where people who are associated with the right do tie people to trees and set them on fire. So for those of us who think of ourselves as relatively moderate people, a little bit to the right of center, a little bit to the left of center, but we can break bread, have a beer, have a laugh. This is not a laughing matter. We are unleashing the worst of Alberta, the worst of Canada. For people who keep insisting that what happens in the United States isn't coming here, that's baloney. I don't care whether it's called a virus or it's a political virus. There is a political virus that is infecting the Canadian body politic, and Alberta is the tip of the spear. And so that's why I'm hoping that my colleagues who do media, I don't care whether they're doing regular broadcasting, podcasting, column writing, blogs, whatever, I hope they take what's happening in Alberta seriously here, because it is not going to be isolated to Alberta. Just as this crap wasn't isolated to the States, it's not isolated to Alberta. Alberta may be seeing it before others see it, but this is coming right across the country. And I hope that our federal leaders, that means the Prime Minister, that means Jagmeet Singh, I hope they take it seriously, because this is a great night for Pierre Poilievre. And everyone who follows me knows I get no pleasure out of saying that.
Yep. And like you said, I mean, it's the truth. We don't have to like it, but it is the truth, and you can't run from it, and you have to have eyes wide open. And this is not the story I wanted to be reporting tonight. I can say that with all my heart. And I mean, we've had conversations, particularly as someone who's rainbow. I am slightly terrified, I must say. I'm slightly terrified. I am, because I think it's, as you mentioned, Charles, on when we had our interview, they're probing to see who it is we will not stand up for. That's why there's all these talks about addicts, and that's why there's all these talks about drag queens and transgender people, because they think that nobody will stand up for them. And
remember, when they can talk about transgender and they can talk about drag. In other words, they can talk to the people who seem like, you know, characters to a lot of so-called mainstream people. But when they come after them, they're coming after all of us. When they talk about banning books, it's not the books, it's the ideas, it's thought. They want us to stop thinking about those things that revolve around being a human being, and they have the nerve to say that they are all about becoming more human. No, it's about becoming much less human. It's about becoming inhuman. It's about becoming a beast. It's about becoming a thug. It's about all of that. And I hope the people who are center left become a little more aggressive, a little more vivid in their language, because that's the only way to beat the guys with the vivid language. All this nuanced stuff doesn't work. I don't disrespect people who teach sociology. Sociology matters, but you cannot, in this country right now, speak like a sociology professor and hope to beat the thugs. Not going to happen.
All right. Some words of wisdom, Kits. Make sure that, well, you know, forewarned is forearmed. So we need, every time systematically, when they go out there and they say these things, when they punch down on any one of us, like, that's the moment to lock arms and stand shoulder to shoulder and go, no, not today, not on my watch.
You took the words right out of my mouth, man. I was waiting for an opportunity to say the call to action that I'd like to throw out there to everybody is, when you see this stuff happening, whether it's on Twitter, whether it's on Facebook, whether it's in your kitchen, you have to be willing to say, even if it's uncomfortable, not on my watch, because saying something uncomfortable for you is still way less than what the people who are on the receiving end of that punching down is going to experience.
I couldn't agree more. Nate, Charles, thank you so much for participating tonight. Nate, it was important for me to have you be one of the final two. I feel like we're on a reality show. It's like, the final two, who am I taking? Who am I taking to the final two? I was like, who do I have a better chance to beat in the final? Who do I let go? But no, because this is your beat. And you do an amazing job, and we lifted so much off you.
Can I thank Nate for being a great teacher throughout this campaign? We've become friends, and I hope the friendship continues. I hope it's not contingent upon who wins elections or loses elections.
Oh, Lord, no.
I always feel like a winner when I've got someone who is not just knowledgeable, but has a sense of humor, and most important, self-deprecating humor. I don't care how bad things are. If we cannot make fun of ourselves, well, there's not much point in getting up in the morning.
Yep. And when you're talking about humor, it's like, whenever I'm watching your show, it's like, whenever you're like this side on, you're like, just goes up a bit, because he had thoughts. He had to. It's just like,
I'm working on telegraphing less, but it's a lifelong pursuit.
Just, you know, that little bit of impishness that I like.
See, what I've learned is, like, if I just go with the straight out deadpan sarcasm, there's a stunning number of people who think I'm serious. And so if I don't have that little bit of like, I'm messing with you, then I get in trouble.
I had that with my Beaver sweetie. The first 3 years we were dating, I used to do that B. Arthur thing when somebody would say something. No, it's because it's this. And then, seriously? No, not seriously. He says, stop doing it to me. I don't know when you're serious or not.
Thanks so much for having me on. I really,
Absolutely.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And you, Charles, it's the same thing. I mean, the gravitas, the voice one, but the gravitas and the knowledge that you bring, and just you where you are now in your life and where you are now in your career, where you are. I mean, maybe you were doing it all along, and maybe we're just waking up to it now. But the way you're speaking from, it's not even your heart; it's from your soul at this moment, about what it is that we need to pay attention for, how it is that we need to stand up, how it is we need to speak up, how it is that history is rhyming like F right now. I mean, my ears are ringing. It's rhyming so much. And you're there, steady, calm, but very clear and very definitive, and with a very, very, very just direct line. We know where you're going. Things are consistent, and it's a voice that we need because you can. Maybe I can't reach people on that side of the spectrum because, well, he's rainbow and he's brown and he's fabulous and all that kind of stuff, and that's just too much for me. But Paul, one of the reasons I like him is he keeps on saying, I can walk amongst them. Right? You have seen this side of the spectrum, and there are lots of people that are maybe not there yet. Like you said, that story you said, the story about the father with their kid, and the kid said they want me out of existence. Yeah, but I've always voted them. Maybe it'll take another cycle or two. Maybe it'll take people like you speaking for another 4 years for them to finally turn around. But since I'm hardwired from optimism, I'm going to say let's hope that happens. And like you say, let's keep the conversation going. Let's not shut our mouths. Let's not be quiet. And hopefully we'll have another shot at it in a few years to get it right.
Stay hardwired for optimism, Douglas.
Absolutely.
There are people out there, we may not know all their names, we may not see their faces, but they're absolutely counting on it. And the worst thing that we can do is feel like failures, be despondent. Let me tell you something. Those people are counting on us. We will hurt them badly if we give up hope. Hope, people say hope is not a strategy. It may not be a strategy, but hope keeps people going. Hope is a bridge, and we never, ever want to burn the bridge of hope, Douglas. And it's one of the reasons that I'll always accept your invitations to be on this show. And I'll always be on for as long as possible, as long as you want me, because you give people hope. You give me hope. And Nate, I don't want to speak for you, but I have a feeling that Douglas gives you hope as well.
Oh, he totally.
Guys.
No, it's like I love coming on your show because I'll be totally honest, man. Your optimism, and for the record, I don't think you can have too much fabulous. But your optimism recharges my batteries. So like coming on your show and just seeing how you're able to maintain that positivity, that's just like, well, okay, well, I guess the bar got raised a little bit, but also B, that's so much of what it is. Like I'm wildly abusing my pronouns at this point, but like that's what it is. That's what the joy that you bring to that microphone, and the patience and the kindness. Like I think I even DM'd you that earlier today when you were like, so yeah, I was like, of course. You are what the world needs more of, man. So and for the record, I know that you're like on the other side of the country and everything, but if they ever try to come for you, they're gonna have to go through me first.
Well said. The thing is that people sometimes ask me, what is cool? Because there are some people who think that, I've got the cool factor, and they ask me to define it. I can't. So they ask me, they say, well, Chuck, what do you think is cool? And I say, human is really cool. People who are really good human beings. I don't care how cornball that may sound. Well, to me, Douglas has the most cool factor on the screen right now, because
totally.
nobody can doubt that Douglas is a good human being. If I need to count on someone to take care of something for me and to be honest with me, does anyone watching this doubt that Douglas is the guy? You're cool, man. You're very, very cool.
See, now you've made me bring this out.
I can't see it. Oh, that's
Queen Beaver.
That's fantastic.
Come on, kids. Hey, I had this thing when I saw roaming doodle lady going on the train. I'm saying, if all you have to do is declare yourself just declare yourselves a queen to get some green, I'm in on the game. So P.S. Send money. All right. Charles, Nate, thank you so very much. I appreciate it. Please get some good rest. You've put in a good shift. So
Thank you for the royal welcome, as always.
All right. I love these people. They're great. They're really, really great. Kits and Cubs, thank you so much for joining us this evening. Yeah, not the result we wanted. Definitely not the result we wanted. But the results are still coming in, and we'll see what kind of majority it is. This is not where we want to be. I know that. And I am very, very, very concerned for my brothers and sisters in Alberta. And even for those who voted UCP, because I fear that there are many of them that are going to be surprised with what they get. I think that we will be hearing some, well, I didn't think it would be like that. And we may have to work double time to pay attention to those people when it hits, because they may not be in a good place when that happens. And when that happens, we will have the choice to say, well, see, I told you, and turn our backs. Or to do the hard work of, despite the fact of us telling you, you're not in a good place right now, so I'm going to extend the hand and I'm going to help. And that won't be easy for some of us to do. But when that time comes, we will have to do it. Because the alternative is beneficial to no one. So we accept this result. We don't have to like it. And you know what? If you're discouraged for a day or two, you're guilty of being human. You're guilty of being human. So whatever it is that you have to feel, do feel it. Go through it. Feel it. Feel it all. And if it feels terrible, feel it and remember how that feels. And use that then. Channel it positively as fuel. But as we said, just whatever it is that they have planned that is going to hurt those they consider to be lesser than, and those they are gleeful to refer to as lesser than. Just we have to be the people who will show up. So, whatever you need to do to get yourself to the spot where you are ready to take on the fight when that bell rings, please do it. And if some of you are tired, take a break. Hand the baton. We'll run with it for a while until you get back on your feet and you're ready to join the race again. We'll run your leg. But don't leave. Don't leave the public square. They want you to do that. They want you to go away so that they can have all the room. And this is the time to stand ground. Kits, we hope that you enjoyed this Alberta special from the True North Eager Beaver because we really did enjoy making it for you. Right now, I'm sounding a little down, but trust me, this was a joy and it was a labor of love, and I love doing it for you. Remember that word of mouth is precious, so please talk us up, spread the word. We really appreciate it. You can find us on all platforms, Beaver Grizzly platforms, and if your platform is not Beaver Grizzly friendly, well, why the heck not? And why are you on it? If you would like us to come to you as soon as we have something ready, then you can subscribe to us via our Podpage site. That's podpage.com/True North Eager Beaver, all lowercase letters with a hyphen between each one of those words. And like I said, when we have something fresh off the bandwidth, we'll be coming straight to you and you won't miss a thing. Because democracy is something that you do. Well, there are still wildfires, and our brothers and sisters in Alberta and BC and all over need our help. So if you have some loose change and you're able to donate to the Red Cross, please do so. Especially now. Would be a good time. In light of this result, still do good. Still do good. We love to hear from you. So if you would like to write to us, you can reach us on our Facebook blog page, True North Eager Beaver. You can reach us on our Twitter feed at True Eager, or by email at the True North Eager Beaver at gmail.com, or True North Eager Beaver at gmail.com. Sorry. And we read everything. If you're leaving comments on our YouTube page, we do read it, and we appreciate your feedback, good, bad, or ugly. All of it helps us make our show better. If you like what we do and you'd like to encourage us to do more, we have our coffee page. That's our Guinness, Caesar, hot chocolate, and coffee hydration fund. Basically, it's our staff that would keeps us going, and our staff keeps on disappearing on us, so we have to replenish it. So if you would like to help us, well, you let your fingers do the walking to coffee, ko-fi.com/eagerbeaver, all in one word, lowercase letters, and that's where you will find our emergency fund. And thank you so much for your contributions. Every cent does go back into the show, and we appreciate your support. All right, from the Beaver Lodge, this is your Eager Beaver saying, until next time, dear kids, it could be a tough world out there. It can really be a tough world out there. So please be kind to and gentle with yourselves. And you know what? This time I'm going to add be kind to and gentle with others as well. There's probably a lot of people going through stuff today. So just a little extra kindness, a little conscientious kindness, if you can think of it, goes a long way. All right, kids. I will be seeing you tomorrow with Mr. Grizzly for our morning show. Hopefully, I will hear the alarm so that Mr. Grizzly's not there solo. But we hope that you join us. And yeah, thank you. Oh, and of course, thank you to our guests that came out tonight to help us. Thank you to Richard and Hugh Gordon from Albertastan Live. Call them the boys. Thank you so much to Craig Baird from Canadian History A. We really enjoy when you come on. Thank you to Charles Adler, of course, and to Nate Pike from the Breakdown Alberta. Thank you to Dave Wallace. Thank you to James DiFiore. The show wouldn't have been nowhere as good without you. So thank you so very much. Thank you also, people that weren't here, but to Max Fawcett, because he did come on our pre-shows and help us. Thank you to our friend Murray Billett, who was not able to make it tonight, but did wish us, good fortune and good luck with our show. To Evan Scrimshaw also, who really wanted to make it, but he's on the first day of a very, very, very well-deserved vacation because he's been nailing it as well. And I know I'm forgetting someone. I am sorry if I have. Oh, David Kleiman-Haga. Also, who was had some deadlines that he had to meet and therefore had to focus on that. And thank you to Dean Blundell, who helped us make this happen, and Chris Rook, who also gave us what we needed to be able to produce this ourselves. that's everything, kits and cubs. So sleep well and sweet dreams, all right? Okay. See you tomorrow. Bye. Oh, wait a minute. I think I can do the groovy graphics thing. Let's see if I can do that. Oop. You are listening to a True North Eager Beaver Media Podcast. The True North Eager Beaver podcasts are proudly brought to you by our founding sponsors, the Miss V Mysteries from Corvid Moon Publishing, your source for science fiction, fantasy, and cozy mysteries featuring a broad diversity of characters. CanadianTarot.com, your uniquely Canadian online eclectic tarot community and forum. And the Peppermaster, hot pepper sauces made from fresh farm ingredients to thrill your taste buds and expand your mind. And kits, because I never leave you without a little Easter egg. Yeah, I think I'm going to be needing this tonight. All right, kids. Good night. Bye-bye.